Good morning. Yesterday, a couple came to see me at the hotel. They had written to me in Boston, and I arranged for them to come yesterday. He is 42, she is 33. He's a graduate of a business school. He started a business which is now grossing $80 million. He did that in 7 years. They have been living for the past 3.5 years on what Carl refers to as the fast track. That is, they have been realizing all of the benefits of affluence. You want a house? Let's have a house. You want a bigger house? A bigger house. Should we travel here? Let's go here. New car? Yes. Of course, yes, yes. They have a 20-month-old child. 6 months ago, the wife was diagnosed as having cancer of the liver. It has now spread to the bones. She's been in treatment in Texas, and they've now decided to discontinue all treatment. She is a beautiful woman, now quite thin. So 6 months ago, something happened in their lives, so profound and so dramatic that it stopped short the game of their life. And it led them to ask some very profound and soul-searching questions. Especially for him, the questions of what am I doing with my time and my life? What is my bottom line? And for her, what is death about? And how do I deal with the issues of healing, and healing into life or healing into death, and so on. Now, he said to me that the past 6 months have been months of the most profound growth in his life. They are collaboratively dealing with her illness. I mean, little things happen. For example, he had an aversion to hospitals. He would get nauseous and he wouldn't go to a hospital. He just refused to go. He didn't want to deal with sickness or death from all the time he was growing up. Now he found himself spending days in intensive care with his wife. And he began to work through that aversion and learn how he could be in that and be with people and grow through that. But he saw that along the way in business, a number of personality qualities had become dominant in his being that were slightly toxic to his relationship with his family and to his ability to be with his wife fully through this. And he had some pretty agonizing self-examination to go through at that point. And as I say, he feels that the past 6 months he's grown immensely. Now, in the business community, there is some process that goes on, which we're going to explore a little bit, that often it is only some traumatic event, such as illness, such as a child's breakdown or a child's acting out, such as the moments of retirement, such as bankruptcy, such as some intense crisis like that, that forces an awakening, that forces a person to confront how they lockstepped into a game. And the interesting question is, are there subtler motivators for that self-examination? We're talking about stages of the evolution of consciousness of individuals, and we're asking now whether built into the business process, the process of being entrepreneurial or being in management or being involved in the business mode, whether there are clues along the way that one tends to ignore because they are subtle and because one feels somehow that those clues are showing a weakness in yourself rather than clues that reflect something that if you listen to might be the cue for you to consider that there's another way of you looking at the meaning of your life and why you're doing what you're doing. I remember a stage in my father's life where my father, who had been, he had been a successful lawyer, he had helped start a university, Brandeis, he had been president of a railroad. He had, from the culture's point of view, been a success. But as he retired and turned to his hobbies, then there came a period where at night he would wake up remembering all his failures, remembering the investments he didn't make, remembering the bad investments he made, and the feelings of failure. And I thought, is that what the product of all of his efforts are? That's what he's left with, is this feeling of failure. He's gone beyond that now, and he's just in total peace now, but he's also very quiet. And then I see also people in business. I saw this more years ago than I see it now. There's a little more consciousness in the business community than there used to be. I don't really know a lot about business. I think you all realize that probably at the outset. I mean, everything I invest in loses, so I think you should know that at the outset. So, and I just know really from, like in the old days when my father was chairman of Brandeis and head of the Joint Distribution Committee in Jewish Charities, I used to play gin rummy with his rich friends. And we'd play on somebody's yacht in Miami. And I'd meet a man who was in his 70s, whose company was on the New York Exchange, and he had just moved all his mills from the New England area to the Tennessee area. And he was in his 70s, and he was complaining and such headaches, and he had many millions of dollars. And I said to him, why did you do it? Why do you keep doing it? And he looked up at me with what looked, from my point of view, like almost a sadness, and he said, what else am I going to do? And I felt at that point the pain of getting locked into a game, a model of oneself that you couldn't transcend because the reinforcers were too strong for staying in the thing. So what I want to look at is some of the subtle, not so subtle, things that are clues in business life that might resonate for you, and if they don't, fine. You are probably well beyond them, or you may be still not realizing them. Who knows? We'll allow for both possibilities. Ideally, and now I'm talking from really outside the business community, but ideally I see business as business people as people who find viable means to realize visions. They see a possibility, and then they find a viable means to realize that possibility. And in the doing of that, if they do that well and effectively, profits follow. And in the process, they deepen and enrich the infrastructure of the society. Now, this is the idealistic statement of business. In other words, the thing that they contribute through their business just enriches the structure of the society and its stability and its growth and its caring and its compassion and its richness and its opportunity and so on. One of the interesting shifts in consciousness is that what was a serendipitous effect, or at least just a small component effect, which was profit, starts to loom as the dominant criterion. And people are working, instead of being part of finding a manifestation of a vision, they are working then to make a profit as their goal rather than as a side effect of their goal. And that becomes such a built-in cultural statement that people start to justify their actions in terms of profit, even though it is at the expense sometimes of the enrichment of the infrastructure of the society or the realization of the dream, of the vision. And then they have to build, an individual has to build an entire philosophical justification in their mind to be able to handle the fact that their goal has shifted from something which has a social significance to something that has just a personal significance. And they see that what they read in the textbook about idealism of business, and when they get out on the street, they find that the street values are very different, and in order to buy into those street values, they have to armor themselves in a certain way to do it. And it's that armoring which we're talking about a little bit today. Now, because of this particular group that I'm speaking with, this is not the disenfranchised or the homeless, I assume. Unless I got my schedule dates mixed up. I think that one of these subtle issues we are reflecting about today is the issue of the effects of success. That is, if you invest in a myth in a culture, and that myth says, those who do such and such get such and such, and then they are happy. And you do such and such, and you get such and such, then you are happy. Or are you? Right there is where the edge is, right at that point. Some people who have been very successful in this culture, who have won in a big way, and in their early wins, they were part of the moving towards success, and they were very, very excited, and each win was another marker along the way. Then, as they got a greater margin of success, it was harder to see it as a path because they saw that the difference, for example, between having 20 million and 80 million wasn't going to really change the style of their life that much. It was going to put them in a different league with other players, but it wasn't going to change the style of their life that much. And they began to feel that the excitement or the feelings of the gratification that success brought with each act started to diminish as the successes got greater and greater, which is a very strange experience. You would think they would get higher and higher, but they don't seem to. The early successes, when you just begin to make it, the person that just starts as a self-made person and then makes the first good deal, there's a certain gratification, but the 80th deal is a very different kind of psychological experience than the first deal. You do a thing, it gives you a certain feeling of happiness or fulfillment or pleasure, and that is just like a rat in a maze, that the animal learns to turn right and get a pellet. You get that certain feeling. Everybody looks at you and smiles. You're doing well, you're doing wonderfully. Come be with us, let's have lunch together. And then at that moment, you are motivated to try the next one and the next one. And that is the root of what often turns out to be an addiction or an obsession. I was with a man a few weeks ago in New York City. He started working in Coney Island with one of the rides in Coney Island, selling the ride. He's in real estate in New York City and around the world. His net worth is, I don't know, probably 75 to 100 million. His children are all in therapy, very neurotic. His wife is heavy on Valium. He has a private yacht, airplane, many homes. He has an office in which he has 3 rooms so he can have 3 deals going at once. It's showbiz. He's just rushing from deal to deal. The more chaos, the more excitement, the more gratification. His family has gone, everything else in life has gone but the deal. And the bigger the risk for the deal, it's a paper game, as you all understand this better than I do. The bigger the risk for the deal, the more the adrenaline pumps, the more the sweat, the more the excitement, the more he can embroil everybody in the drama, the more rush he's getting. And he's got to keep doing it. He can't stop. He can't stop for an evening off. He can't stop for a vacation. They mean nothing to him. He's just got to keep going. That is as much an addiction as a heroin addiction. It's an addiction to that he only feels alive at the moment when he is playing with that edge of risk. It's like a gambler at Las Vegas. It's risk-taking behavior that is reinforcing him for playing at that leading edge. And it's very exciting and very heady stuff. And he can't stop, and he keeps parlaying it more and more and working on further margins. And at any moment, I've watched people like that do one wrong one, and then they go under. And loss is even part of the game as far as they're concerned, and they just start again. It's part of the excitement and the adrenaline hit. Now, that one is based on the model that more is better. And if this is good, more is better. This deal, more is better, more is better, and more is better. That's part of the myth, that more is always better. But I ask you, have you seen through that one already? That when is it enough? When is there a feeling of peace within more is better? Years ago, I was hanging out with a fellow named Billy Hitchcock. Now, this may be in that tape that I wrote once before. Billy is one of the Mellon family. Uncle Paul Mellon has 700 million, and his mother has 700 million, and so on. So Billy had maybe 20 million. And so Billy bought a little plane, a Piper Cherokee or something, and I was teaching him how to fly. And we were having a wonderful time, and we landed at LaGuardia Airport, and we pulled over to the private parking area. And we were very happy and really enjoying ourselves, and he had made a good landing, and all was well, nice, pretty day. And as we pulled in, we pulled by this big jet, private jet. Billy looked at it, and his face fell. And suddenly, he was deeply sad. And I said, Billy, what are you so sad about? He said, oh, that's Uncle Paul's plane. And, I mean, he couldn't have one. He couldn't have one. And I could feel that his life was related to Uncle Paul's money, not to his money. I mean, 20 million was nothing to him. He was living in a world of people with 700 million and making himself miserable as a result of it. So that one of more is better, I saw it as an extreme example at that moment, because I had a Cessna 172. I would have loved to have his plane. See, it's all relative, you see. Now, I think another thing that you see about success is that it changes the nature of the risk you can take, because as your investment gets greater and as you have a beautiful physical plant and you have all of this, you have to shift ground. And a lot of people who have entrepreneurials, you all know that issue about why entrepreneurs don't make it as maintainers of big businesses, because they can't handle the changing risk structure that they have to do in order to preserve the structures that they have created. And they are willing to play on the edge, and they can't pull back enough to maintain existing institutions without changing their self-image, and most people can't do that. So entrepreneurs often leave a company after they start it, and management comes in, people who are comfortable with that kind of risk-taking level. But there is a feeling for people who start and build success of a narrowing field as they get more successful, because of the fact that they can take less risk and that they have more riding in the sense of more responsibility, more people involved, and they start to feel hemmed in, and they don't feel the kind of freedom and the space that they felt before. Another part of it is what's called role entrapment. That is a sense that the role you've gotten into of being a certain kind of a person starts to entrap you. My father told me a story some years ago about a tailor in a Middle Eastern European country. There was a Jewish man who wanted to show that he had done well, so he went to the best tailor in town, whose name was Zumbak. And he said, Zumbak, I want your best suit. So Zumbak made a suit, and the man came in to try on the suit, and he put it on, and it was beautiful material, no doubt about it. But when he put it on, this sleeve was about 2 inches longer than this sleeve. And he said, Zumbak, he said, I don't mean to complain, but he said, this sleeve is 2 inches longer than this sleeve. Zumbak took affront. Zumbak says, there's nothing wrong with a suit, it's the way you're standing. Stand like this. And he pushes his shoulder down, and the suit then fits perfectly, you see. And the man looks in the mirror, and he sees this big bunched up material back here, and he says, Zumbak, would you mind taking that material? My wife hates it when there's that extra bunch of material there. Zumbak says, there's nothing wrong with a suit, it's the way you're standing, and he pushes his head down like this. So finally, the suit is fitting perfectly. And the man leaves with his new suit on. He's afraid to breathe for fear it won't fit. And he's been completely cowed by Zumbak, and he gets on the bus. And he's standing on the bus, and somebody comes up and says, what a beautiful suit. I bet Zumbak the tailor made that suit. And the fellow said, how did you know? He said, because only somebody as skilled as Zumbak could fit somebody as crippled as you. Now, the feeling often of role entrapment is that you have gotten into a suit and everybody's saying, what a beautiful suit, except your spine is out of whack and you're feeling inside not the same, not as good. In my rather checkered career, which I guess some of you know, some of the checkeredness of it, there was a point, I remember, when I had become a professor at Harvard and I was a winner in the culture. I mean, I wasn't making any money, but I was a winner. My father, he said to me, he wanted me to be a doctor. And when I became a professor, he says, well, that's fine, but what are you going to do for a living? So, but at any rate, there I was, a professor, and for most people, except my father, I had won. And people treated me with great respect because I was part of a symbolic institution of great, and everything I said people listened to. And they thought I was wise. And every day I'd go to work, and everybody would reward me all day. And I was teaching human personality and motivation, and Freud, and all the latest stuff. So that if anybody should be happy, it should be me, technically. I mean, if we wise persons knew what we were talking about, why shouldn't I be it? But I go home and I get into the bathtub and I'd be a neurotic mess. And I decided I would feel somehow that it wasn't good enough. I didn't feel fully satisfied inside, and I thought, it must be me. So I went into analysis and therapy. And what I met was a therapist who was wearing another form of Zumbach suit. And he said, I'll tell you what, I'll teach you how to wear my suit so you don't have to wear your suit, which I learned. And then I became a Freudian therapist, and I had this suit on. And then I got a new role model and a new identity. And when people walked down the street, I didn't see people. I saw psychosexual stages. I saw early anal retentives and late phallics and stuff like that. And I got caught in a new set of roles. And it took me until a rather wild Irishman by the name of Tim Leary came along and introduced me to ways of changing my own consciousness, that I began to understand that the feeling of malaise that I was feeling in myself, which because everybody around me kept smiling and saying, you won, I assumed was my sickness, was maybe not my sickness, but was a cue to me, a clue to me, that there was another kind of growth lying in store for me. And that maybe that feeling wasn't something to be treated as pathology, but rather something to be treated as something worth exploring. And that did guide the rest of my life. Some of the side effects of success, interestingly enough, one of them is boredom. You've learned a skill that you know how to do very well, and you keep repeating it. It's just like making pizza. I mean, you can be a big deal maker, but it's still the same thing after a while. You know just the ingredients to put the game together, and it worked. And you keep playing the same one over and over again, and you've got a strategy, and it works. And you start to get bored by the finiteness of the game and the finiteness of your role. And the problem is it's working, and it's giving you all the fringe effects, but the thing itself you do every day starts to bore you. And the way people respond to boredom, it's interesting how aversive people experience boredom to be, especially people who have become successful because they are doers. We have a funny distinction between doers and beers. Beers just sit and be. Doers are always doing it. I'll mow the lawn. Here, let me help you. I'll do this. What do you say? Let's go. And their vacations are exhausting. I mean, they come back from their vacation needing a vacation because they are so exhausted because they can't stop doing. Because they got rewarded for doing, and that's the style they have in life. And what happens to somebody that gets bored, that's a doer, is they just do harder. And they do more, and they keep doing more until if you watch them, it is exhausting to watch a doer being bored. Because they are so busy avoiding the boredom. Because the boredom is so real for them. And that kind of fast action to avoid boredom has connected with it, and the anxiety about seeing the trap that you're in and not knowing how to get out of it, because all your models of how to get out of it were just to do more of it. Can you hear that issue? If I do something and do more, I will get out of it, and that's the one you learned, and then it doesn't feel great, but I'll do more of it in order to feel better out of that one. But after a while, the more you do, the worse you feel, because you're beginning to see the handwriting on the wall that it's not going to do it for you. These are the cues I'm talking to you about that can force growth prior to a trauma, prior to a total breakdown of the system. I think it was Jesus who said, "What profiteth a man if he gain the world and lose his soul?" We're talking a little bit about that, the idea of more is better and accruing more stuff. so that your life becomes stuffier and stuffier, and you've got garages full of stuff. You want to see my stuff? Come see mine. I've got 2 houses full of stuff. I mean, it's just stuff and stuff and stuff, and it keeps collecting. Because when you feel that bad feeling of boredom or finiteness, then you are absolutely a mark for the advertising industry, which says to you, if you buy this car that's going to give you this certain driving experience, you won't feel that feeling. And they know exactly, they meaning us, I mean, we are the advertising industry too, know exactly what feeling that is you're playing with in advertising. The feeling of I'm not potent enough, the feeling I'm not beautiful enough, the feeling I'm not successful enough, the feeling I'm not happy enough, I'm not free enough, I'm not stimulated enough. The whole idea of more and different is going to be better. It's the idea that something external to yourself is finally going to give you what you want, and that is a basic fallacy. Now, there's just one more that I think that will be familiar to some of you, of these sort of little clues, and that is your relation to time. I think that a number of you, I suspect, see time as your enemy. You see yourself as caught in time, and there's never enough time. I'd love to do it, but I don't have time. Can't be with you for your birthday, I don't have time. And you feel like you are running against time so much of the time. I mean, I've been in that so often that out of my basically greed, I want more on my plate than I can digest, and then I am running like the rabbit. I can't stop, and I can't do it because I don't have time. And they say that the secret of what we're talking about today is to snatch the pearl of freedom from the dragon time and get into another relation of time, so that instead of time using you, you are in another relationship to time, and that's part of what we're going to be talking about today. Now, finally, a lot of the things that force this lockstep and the trap of this single-minded model of success and the why you get caught in more is that there is a tremendous reinforcement in who you hang out with. I'm not talking you personally now, and I'm talking about collective, that quality of the business community tends to, unless it makes an intentional effort, hang out with people that share your values. So you hang out with people who are in the same kind of lockstep and reinforcing for each other that this is the way it's done. Like my friend in New York who has got 3 deals going at once, and his net worth is, say, 75 or 100 million, but his friend has a net worth of 1.2 billion, and he's living in relation to that guy. And that guy's saying, make bigger deals, work faster, work harder. You're already 61, you're losing it. That's his guru, that's his spiritual mentor, if you will. So that who you hang around with, who you're spending time with, are not usually people who are free of time, for example. So everybody says, I'd love to have lunch with you, and they all even talk fast, because you don't have time to talk slow, And the way you eat fast, because you've got to do it faster. And there's just that quality of collecting, and moving it faster and faster in order to cram more into time. That's, again, more is better. Okay. In order to play your role often in business, it requires you to think about other people a certain way. Now, this is very subtle. The question is, who is us and who is them? When we started out as tribes, the tribe was us. And then you found out there was another tribe, and maybe you decided that because there was only one piece of buffalo, that the other tribe was them. And you had to protect the piece of buffalo, so it was us against them. And you shared the buffalo among us, and you competed with them. What happens when you get into a model of competition, when you're in the role of being a competitor, it often is that who you're competing against is them. And we, in our company, are us. That might be a next step. Then, what happens in your own personal life is you are an administrator or an executive, and the people in your company you have to motivate to get a certain productivity out of. So you have to see them as them, to play with them, to get the best out of them. You say nice things about us, but you're still thinking them. I mean, am I pushing too hard, or can you hear any of this? So that they are them, and you are now, us is the executive coterie that runs it. But the executive, you're the top executive. The executive coterie, they're waiting for the misstep. because they've trained just like you did in the same school. So at some level, your colleagues in your own company are a little bit them. See? Well, you say, at least I've got my family. You know, they're us. See? My family's us. But now your wife is very bugged because you're spending so much time at business. But she doesn't understand, or your husband, and he doesn't understand how consuming this is. And because they don't understand, then they are them. Do you hear the whole process of what is called alienation in the culture? In order to realize the goal you wanted, you had to make everybody around you, the kids, they don't understand. It's a different generation. They're screwing up. You know, they were good kids, basically, but that kind of feeling at times. But I can't run their life, and they don't really understand. So that it gets so, and my parents are a different generation, and they don't understand. You slowly get cut off from generations, from opposite sex at times, because after all, I'm a woman or I'm a man, and how can he or she understand? So very slowly you keep getting inside and inside. And as long as you are in your thinking mind, the quality of the thinking mind, you notice, is that it thinks about things. It always takes an object. So as long as you think about other people, you are making them into objects. Now, this is going to be an interesting one for us to explore in a minute. So this problem of depersonalizing, like I can show it to you, some of you are familiar with, some of you are not, I'm sure, but some of you are familiar with what it feels like to have lust. And you can be looking at somebody who's us until that lust awakens. And then the whole consciousness shifts and the other person becomes them or her or him or somebody to be manipulated to bring about gratification. That's why the Bible says thou shalt not lust. In other words, thou shalt not push somebody far enough away to desire them as an object, because you lose the love, you lose the usness. The problem with getting into a world which your job forces you into of treating people as object is that it isolates you. And when you get isolated from a safe relationship with other human beings, you starve to death emotionally, and you don't get fed. You cut off your own lifeline. And that's because of the definition of bottom line being a little too narrow. If the bottom line is my net worth in terms of money, then you can justify all this stuff. If my bottom line is not only net worth, but friends and an intimate relation to the family, that's a whole different kind of bottom line. And it justifies different actions. And sometimes you can say, I could go into that deal, but it's going to cost me too much in terms of the rest of my bottom line. So what we're talking about now is considering what our bottom line is and how do we broaden that bottom line out. All of this that I have been talking about, which can be characterized in the most beautiful terms of I am an achiever, I'm a visionary, I'm working hard, I'm helping the society move ahead. You can justify everything. Or you can put it in the negative terms of, you usually do it about somebody else. Say, she's hard driving, impatient, relentless, cynical, and judging. That's the negative way of looking at it. The other way is I'm assertive, responsible, seeking, working hard, etc. All of these cues that I'm talking about are the clues, that finiteness, that boredom, that realizing the limits of the game, that seeing that more isn't going to be better, that you want to not look at because you don't know what else to do. That is the clue that you are ripe for the next stage of the journey of life, and that there is another stage of the journey. In the spiritual work that I do, I teach that you've got to become somebody before you can become nobody. That is, you've got to develop your somebodyness first. You've got to develop your ego structure. You've got to develop your grounding, your control and mastery of the universe. The problem is that control and mastery of the universe is not freedom and it's not happiness. It's just control and mastery of the universe. And then you have to move beyond that. So in the stages one goes through usually, it's material control first. That's mine, this is mine, this is mine. And then there's the next one of you move up into the psychological thing when you've got your base camp together. And then you say, I want my personal accomplishment, achievement. I want to psychologically feel good. That's another stage, and you've all passed through that one. Then the next stage is you see the finiteness of all that accomplishment all by yourself isn't happiness. You see the kind of ephemeral nature of this stuff. And then you start to shift your goal, and you start to go for some kind of deeper truth of your being and deeper meaning to your own life. And that's the next stage that flips around. And that's where we go from now. Carl Jung said the biggest problems in the world for us are not solved, they're just outgrown. And in order to outgrow them, it requires a new level of consciousness, and that's really what I'd like to talk about from here on. Now, I'm going to give you a very naive story, and I know you'll all say, well, it's easy for him to say, so I'll say it first. Back in the early 70s, I did a series of radio shows on a radio station in New York, WBAI, and one in Montreal. And excerpts from these were made into a set of records. And I read holy books, and I did chanting, and I answered questions from telephones. It came out as a 6-record album, and it had a beautiful book in it with very beautiful printing and calligraphy and stuff like that. And it was in a box, 6-record album, and we mail order sold it for $4.50. Now, it was a different economy in those days, but that was still pretty reasonable. My father, who was at the height of his worldly powers at that moment, looked at it. He didn't listen to it, but he looked at it. And can you imagine what I must have been to him? I'll just give you a vignette that I've described of my coming back from India in 1968. His son, who made it to be a Harvard professor, then got thrown out, then ends up in India, and he picks me up at the Logan airport in his Cadillac. I am standing there, barefoot, in a dress, Indian outfit, with beads, a long beard and long hair, and a big musical instrument. His comment to me was, get in fast before anybody sees you. And he used to call me Rum Dum. It's better than my brother. He called me Ramdas. At any rate, my father looked at this album. He said, this is an impressive piece of work. I said, yeah. He said, only $4.50? I said, yeah. Seems pretty cheap to me. I said, yeah. He said, it looks like you could get $10 for this. I said, yeah. He said, would fewer people buy it if you charged $10? I said, no. He said, you mean the same people would buy it for $10 as they're buying it for $4.50? I said, well, it cost us $4 to make and ship, and there's a 50-cent margin we can put towards reprinting or doing something with. He says, I don't understand you. He said, are you against capitalism? I said, no. I said, I'm standing on it. Why would I be against it? And I tried to figure out how to explain to him what my predicament was. He was a lawyer at one point. I said, a few years back, you remember you tried a case for Henry? He says, yeah. I said, was it a tough case? He says, I knew it was, actually. This is just a little routine. I said, damn right it was. I said, you work hard on the case? I spent a lot of time in the law library. That was a very tough case, and I brought it up to the Supreme Court in Massachusetts. I said, well, you've been known for a pretty good fee structure, and you did all that work for Uncle Henry. I bet you charged him a nominal egg. And he looked at me like I was out of my mind. He says, what, are you out of your mind? He says, that was Uncle Henry. Of course I didn't charge him a big fee. I said, you see my problem. I said, if you can find somebody that isn't Uncle Henry, I'll rip them off. My predicament is very simple. That as a result of what happened in my own consciousness, I extricated myself, meaning my awareness, from such an exclusive identity with my own separateness that I directly experienced that other people were us. In other words, I broke out of my own alienate state. And I experienced that when I looked around, I saw that people were my sisters and my brothers. And if you'll give me license to just play at the edge of mysticism, I actually experienced the feeling that there was really only one consciousness in all of it, which is something now that physicists understand finally, coming at it from another point of view. This was a direct experience. So that if you look at planes of consciousness now for a human individual, there is one level at which you are a separate entity, and everything else in the world is it or them or other, in which you are very little and it's very big, and it's very frightening, and your biggest fear is your own death because you identify with this separateness and that thing can die. So a lot of your action is to ward off the threats to the loss of that separateness. Then there are planes of awareness where your awareness breaks out of that identification and you experience the feeling that you are part of a community in which you look and you see other people. Like the image that I use again and again in almost every lecture is that when you look at another person, what do you see? When you look at me, on the physical plane, what you see is a 55-year-old balding gentleman, attractive gentleman. Okay? Okay, that's what you see on the physical plane. Then you shift the ground a little bit, shift the lens a little bit, and you see personality. And what you look when you see is you see a warm, personable, seeker after truth, teacher, etc., etc. You see my social, psychological identity. Now, there are many, many planes, but let's flip to another one where you look and you look into my eyes. What you see is another awareness just like you, but it's packaged differently. It's what the Christians call the soul, and the eyes are the windows to the soul. It's where you look behind the matrix of individual differences, that is body and personality, to see another awareness, another entity just like you looking back. No different than you. It has a different agenda because it's packaged differently. Now, when I see that and I experience that the minute I meet you in that place behind our individual differences and we recognize one another, there is an incredible rush or an incredible release of energy or an incredible feeling of I have met us. I have met us. I have come into a space of sharing which opens me up, which feeds me instead of my relationships alienating and separating me. This relationship makes contact and I get some energy from it and my heart opens a little bit. Then I see this tastes so good and it feels so wonderful and I am so at home in it. Then I get terribly greedy to be in that, and every time I come back into my separateness, to my alienation, I start to feel pain and separateness and loss. And you begin to feel your awareness moving through these planes. And you begin to observe what it is that, quote, brings you down. What catches you back up in your own separateness? What catches you back up in your alienation? See, there are two stages of this. One is where you start to recognize that you are much more than you thought you were, that you were shortchanging yourself tremendously because your intellectual mind was treating you as an object because it thinks about objects. And you were so invested in your thinking mind that you couldn't escape this objective dualism, this kind of reality. And as you bring your awareness back out of it or acknowledge those parts of you where you have been out of it. See, the situation is that everybody gets out of their thinking mind all the time. They do it in sex. They do it in skiing. They do it in the headiness of a deal, where they so are immersed in the moment that they lose their separate sense of identity. And they transcend it and they feel alive and juiced and fulfilled by the moment. And that's why often people do things like surfing or skiing or motorcycling or something that brings them very close to the edge, because it engrosses them so fully in the moment that they transcend the models in their head that keep them separate, and they experience a connection to the universe and they feel fed by it. They feel they're part of everything. You could think of it as addicting, and most people that are in business know how to get there through that edge of risk-taking and gambling, but they have ruled out other ways of getting there. At first, your job is to get there, to experience that connection, and then you come back into your separateness, you feel cut off again, and then later, once you know that you can get there, but you're going to get cast out again, like the going to the wedding feast and not wearing the wedding garment in the Bible, then after a while, what you become interested in is what brings you down and how to not get caught, how to be, as Christ says, in the world but not of the world. How to play your game of life but not get lost in it. It's like two people walk on a tennis court or they have a golf match, and they are competing for who's going to buy on the 19th hole. And they are competing, and it's a fierce competition. And in that competition, the other person, you're trying to beat the other person, which could be part of the business community too. But you remember also that you both collaborated to walk on the golf course together. So that simultaneously, what's called good sportsmanship is that you are collaborating and competing simultaneously. In other words, you are playing at two levels with another human being, and you're not forgetting that, and that's what's called a good sport. A bad sport is somebody that forgets one of those levels. Because if you're just collaborating and not competing, you give the game away. And what kind of a game is that? And if you're just competing and not collaborating, you get vicious. And you're called a poor sport when you lose. And you sneer when you win. You're beginning to hear that the secret of the shift I'm talking about has to do with the nature of who you think you are. And if you push that back one step, you're back to the nature of the way your mind works and the way you are identified with your mind, how you are in relation to your thinking mind. There's a story of a big samurai, a protector of the faith, who hires out. And he comes to a very diminutive little monk, and he says, "Monk, teach me about heaven and hell." Very arrogant. And the monk looks up at him and says, "Teach you about heaven and hell? I couldn't teach you anything. You're so stupid. You're dirty. You smell. Your blade looks rusty. Who'd hire you as a samurai? You're probably a second-rate samurai. I wouldn't teach you anything. I don't think you're worth anything." The samurai got so furious that the veins were sticking out on his neck. I mean, nobody talks to a samurai that way. And this little monk, and the samurai pulls out his sword to cut off the head of the monk, and just as he's about to do it, the monk looks up at the samurai and says, "That's hell." And the samurai realizes that the monk has just practically given his life to give this teaching. And he is so humbled by the courage of the monk and by the caring of the monk that got him into that experiential learning moment that he sheathes his sword and he bows. And the monk says, "And that's heaven." Now you see what the monk did. He just played with the mind of the samurai. And he made the samurai's life into a hell or a heaven with just a flick of the mind. Same situation, same monk, same samurai. Now I want to read you a story from a very good book that just came out called How Can I Help by me. And a fellow named Paul Gorman. And this is a story told to me by a friend of mine who's an Aikido master. The train clanked and rattled through the suburbs of Tokyo on a drowsy spring afternoon. Our car was comparatively empty. A few housewives with their kids in tow, some old folks going shopping. I gazed absently at the drab houses and dusty hedgerows. At one station, the doors opened, and suddenly the afternoon quiet was shattered by a man bellowing violent, incomprehensible curses. The man staggered into our car. He wore laborer's clothing, and he was big, drunk, and dirty. Screaming, he swung at a woman holding a baby. The blow sent her spinning into the laps of an elderly couple. It was a miracle that the baby was unharmed. Terrified, the couple jumped up and scrambled towards the other end of the car. The laborer aimed a kick at the retreating back of the old woman, but missed as she scuttled to safety. This so enraged the drunk that he grabbed the metal pole in the center of the car and tried to wrench it out of its stanchion. I could see that one of his hands was cut and bleeding. The train lurched ahead, the passengers frozen with fear. I stood up. I was young then, some 20 years ago, and in pretty good shape. I had been putting in a solid 8 hours of Aikido training nearly every day for the past 3 years. I liked to throw and grapple. I thought I was tough. The trouble was my martial skill was untested in actual combat. As students of Aikido, we were not allowed to fight. Aikido, my teacher had said again and again, is the art of reconciliation. Whoever has the mind to fight has broken his connection with the universe. If you try to dominate people, you're already defeated. We study how to resolve conflict, not how to start it. I listened to his words. I tried hard. I even went so far as to cross the street to avoid the chimpira, the pinball punks who lounged around the train stations. My forbearance exalted me. I felt both tough and holy. In my heart, however, I wanted an absolutely legitimate opportunity whereby I might save the innocent by destroying the guilty. This is it. I said to myself as I got to my feet. People are in danger. If I don't do something fast, somebody will probably get hurt. Seeing me stand up, the drunk recognized the chance to focus his rage. "Aha!" he roared. "A foreigner! You need a lesson in Japanese manners." I held on lightly to the commuter strap overhead and gave him a slow look of disgust and dismissal. I planned to take this turkey apart, but he had to make the first move. I wanted him mad, so I pursed my lips and blew him an insolent kiss. "All right," he hollered. "You're going to get a lesson." He gathered himself for a rush at me. A fraction of a second before he could move, someone shouted, "Hey!" It was ear-splitting. I remember the strangely joyous, lilting quality of it, as though you and a friend had been searching diligently for something, and he had suddenly stumbled upon it. "Hey!" I wheeled to my left, the drunk spun to his right. We both stared down at a little old Japanese man. He must have been well into his 70s. This tiny gentleman sitting there immaculate in his kimono. He took no notice of me, but he beamed delightedly at the laborer as though he had a most important, most welcome secret to share. "Come here," the old man said in easy vernacular, beckoning to the drunk. "Come here and talk with me." He waved his hand lightly. The big man followed, as if on a string. He planted his feet belligerently in front of the old gentleman and roared above the clacking wheels, "Why the hell should I talk to you?" The drunk now had his back to me. If his elbow moved so much as a millimeter, I'd drop him in his socks. The old man continued to beam at the laborer. "What you been drinking?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with interest. "I've been drinking sake," the laborer bellowed back, "and it's none of your business." Flecks of spittle spattered the old man. "Oh, that's wonderful," the old man said. "Absolutely wonderful. You see, I love sake, too. Every night, me and my wife, she's 76, you know, we warm up a little bottle of sake and we take it out into the garden and we sit on an old wooden bench. We watch the sun go down and we look to see how our persimmon tree is doing. You know, my great-grandfather planted that persimmon tree. We worry about it after those ice storms we had last winter. Our tree has done better than we expected, especially when you consider the poor quality of the soil. It's gratifying to watch it. We take our sake out even in the rain." He looked up at the laborer, his eyes twinkling. As he struggled to follow the old man's conversation, the drunk's face began to soften. His fist slowly unclenched. "Yeah," he said, "I love persimmons too." His voice trailed off. "Yes," said the old man, smiling, "and I'm sure you have a wonderful wife." "No," replied the laborer. "My wife died." Very gently, swaying with the motion of the train, the big man began to sob. "I don't got no wife. I don't got no job. I don't got no home. I'm so ashamed of myself." Tears rolled down his cheeks. A spasm of despair rippled through his body. Now it was my turn, standing there in my well-scrubbed youthful innocence, my make-this-world safe for democracy righteousness. I suddenly felt dirtier than he was. Then the train arrived at my stop. As the doors opened, I heard the old man cluck sympathetically. My, he said, "that is a difficult predicament. Sit down here and tell me about it." I turned my head for one last look. The laborer was sprawled on the seat, his head in the old man's lap. The old man was softly stroking the filthy, matted hair. As the train pulled away, I sat down on a bench. What I had wanted to do with muscle had been accomplished with love. What we see in the old man is the quality of standing back in his awareness out of the game of life far enough so that instead of being reactive to the situation that he finds himself in a mechanical way, like the young Aikido fellow was, he could open himself to the totality of the situation in a quiet way, and out of that would come a response which would truly bring about reconciliation and harmony and bring things back in. In other words, from an effectiveness of playing the game of life, there is a stance where your mind is that increases your effectiveness in the game, and it also liberates you from being entrapped by the game. Like, say you're playing Monopoly, and the Monopoly things on the Monopoly board, some of you may or may not know, are a top hat, an iron, a thimble, and you be the thimble and I'll be the top hat. Now the question is, are you a thimble or a top hat, or are you somebody playing with a thimble and a top hat? Well, you don't get lost in that too much. Well, I'd ask you the same about business. Are you an executive? Are you a CEO? Are you a president? Or are you a being who is being a president, CEO, whatever that is? In other words, where is your awareness in relationship to your role? If you identify with your role exclusively, you are trapped, and you are experiencing some sense of finiteness, boredom, trapped, and all the rest of it. If you stand outside in your awareness, not pushing it away, you are what Christ says, being in the world but not of the world, and you learn how to fulfill the roles without getting trapped in them by working to extricate your consciousness away. Then what you become is a more effective game player, because your risk isn't as great. So if you lose your job, so, instead of, oh my God, I lost my job, there's job and there's not job, and here I am. You're still here. In fact, you get to the point where you begin to see, when you are able to stand back, that even losses are vacuums into which growth can come. And that when you're winning, there is less opportunity for growth, actually, than when you start to lose or feel a finiteness or feel it fall apart a little bit. Yen Hui, a disciple of a famous Taoist sage by the name of Chuang Tzu. Yen Hui was also a prominent figure at the imperial court and was to become an advisor to the emperor. This emperor happened to have a great predilection for chopping off heads of his advisors if they made a mistake. Yen Hui was afraid of this job and came to his teacher for his advice. He said to his teacher, "I don't think I'm sufficiently enlightened to be safe in this exalted position." Chuang Tzu said to him, "In that case, you must retire and practice mind fasting." Yen Hui asked, "What is mind fasting?" Chuang Tzu gave him the following instruction. Now, this may be a little far out. When you want to hear with your ears, don't listen with your ears. When you want to see with your eyes, don't look with your eyes. When you want to understand with your mind, don't think with your mind. Listen, see, and understand with what he calls the Tao, or the deeper intuitive wisdom of your being. In other words, go for a deeper part of your knowing mind rather than your intellect. Yen Hui retired and spent 3 years practicing this discipline. After 3 years, he returned to his teacher and said, "Master, I think I am ready." Chuang Tzu said, "Well, prove it." So Yen Hui said, "Before I practiced mind fasting, I was sure I am Yen Hui. But now, after I have practiced mind fasting, I have come to realize that there never was a Yen Hui." The teacher said, "You are ready." Now, that's a lot, but my statement is, my suggestion is, where did you learn who you think you are? You learned it from your parents, you learned it from the school, and you built a structure or a model, which is called an ego structure, in your mind of who you think you are. And then it comes like a mine net around you. So you go down the street and you enter into conspiracies with each other, saying, "I will make believe you are who you think you are if you will make believe I am who I think I am." And we enter into these games to keep reinforcing our models of who we think we are. We dress that way, we look that way, we project it of who we think we are all the time. And we get trapped in it. And it turns out to be too finite. You are shortchanging yourself because you are much more than any model you can have of who you think you are. And finally, when you're ready for that next push, you start to go deeper and you start to become interested in those methods that allow you to escape from the structure your mind has created, so that the structure is available as your servant, but not as your master. In the spiritual traditions, they say an intellectual who is proud of his intellect is like a prisoner who's proud of his cell. Now, you may decide, I'm a flake. That's perfectly reasonable. I might if I were in your position too. But I would now like to quote from a man who was a vice president of AT&T. Can't resist. This is the last page of his book. His name was Robert Greenleaf. He said, "Awareness behind conscious intellect I see as infinite and therefore equal in every human being, perhaps in every creature. The blinders which block our conscious access to our own vast awareness are the uncompensated losses we've sustained, the errors we have acquired from our cultural inheritance, from the undigested residues of our own experience, and from our own conscious learning. Remove the blinders from your awareness by losing what must be lost, the key to which no one can give you but which your own inward resources, rightly cultivated, will supply. Then set forth upon your journey, and if you travel far enough, filling the voids of loss with the noblest choices, you may be given the secret of the kingdom, awe and wonder before the majesty and mystery of all creation." The shift in perspective that is required for the next stage of the journey is the realization that everything that you thought you were is only part of who you are, and the desire to cultivate, if you will, the meta-system of which the ego structure is only a subsystem. And the problem is that a subsystem can never understand a metasystem. And that is why in the biblical injunction it says, "Lest ye die, ye cannot be reborn." In other words, you can't realize your larger system if the smaller system keeps trying to explain it away or control it. That is, the rational, intellectual, analytic mind has gotten you to just where you are now. Now the question is, can you see? It's like you use a boat to cross an ocean. You get to the far shore. Do you then have to portage? Do you have to carry it with you? Or can you let it go and now be on another medium in another way? That journey of going beyond your own, the tool that you have mastered, but now letting the tool go for a moment. The trap, of course, has been that you thought you were the tool. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. The fallacy of that is that it's the reverse way. Behind that is I am and I think. And the thinking mind is your servant, while for most people the thinking mind is their master. And as you cultivate that meta-awareness, that other part of your being, that what's called the intuitive heart-mind, the sin in Chinese, the Atma in Hinduism, there's names for it in every system. As you cultivate this meta-system, then you learn how to delight in the forms of the play. You learn how to work in the business world. It doesn't mean you give up the game. It means you give up the vantage point from which you're playing it. So you no longer have to milk it for the success because you're not so busy identifying with your separateness that you need to keep proving again and again that you're adequate, that you're good, that you can accrue more, so that the journey of the separate individual now starts to balance with that part of you that is identified with the totality. So your actions are coming out of a much more interesting place, so that your action is the coming together of a number of strands in your being, because you and I are human, and what that humanity represents is a creative tension between our animal humanity and our, if you will, awareness or divinity or spiritual consciousness. And it's only keeping both of those in balance, so you keep both of them honored, does the game become interesting. Everything short of that is just, is it your piece of meat or is it mine? And then I go in and lick my paws and I got my cave. And if you're going to the next level out, the work begins inside your own head. It does not begin in manipulating the environment. It begins in manipulating the furniture right in here and where the identification is. There are two little stories of Mahatma Gandhi. One is he started to lead a march of protest against the British. And after a few days, he saw that it was going to have some bad consequences, and he stopped the march. And his lieutenants came up to him and he said, Mahatmaji, you can't do this. People left their jobs. They're taking great risk. They're here behind you. You can't stop now. And Gandhi said, I have a mixed understanding. I'm only human. I don't understand it all. My understanding of truth changes from day to day. My commitment is to truth, not to consistency. I'm sorry if that upsets you. A lot of us have built our security on consistency, on being who we thought we were and projecting it outward. Is it possible that you, at your stage of life, can allow for a discontinuity, to allow a shift of consciousness into another way of being? Or is your commitment to consistency greater than your commitment to truth? It's an interesting one. And you will notice that the entire circle of the people around you count on consistency. They don't count on truth, they count on consistency. But what you can offer them and yourself, finally, is a reaching for the truth. That becomes part of your bottom line. And in the course of it, it may not be consistent. The other part of Gandhi that I want to talk about is he was on a train and it was leaving a railway station. And a reporter rushed up to him and said, Mahatmaji, give me a message to take back to the people in the village. The train was already moving. Gandhi took a paper bag and he scribbled something on it and he handed it out. And what it said was, my life is my message. I think that applies to every one of us. What you are offering back into the universe is what you are. What you are, all of it. If you, in the zeal to do well in business, have had to separate means and ends and have not realized that means and ends are a piece, and you use means that are divisive to the human condition in order to bring about ends that are good, realize that that is the statement that you are projecting into the world. It's like you try to bring about peace with anger in your heart. What you do is sow the seeds of anger. Look and see at your totality of your life. Ask it of yourself. Is the way I am with all the people around me, is the way I use my resources, is the way I enter into business, is the way I am with my family, is the way I am in relation to silence, aloneness? Am I ready to stand up and be counted as I am and say, this is what I offer to all of you? Or do I say, don't notice me, notice my product? Finally, for each of us, our life is our message. In talking about methods of working on oneself or awakening, or shifting the perspective or shifting the context in which you understand what you're doing and what your life is about, the various strategies, some of them involve the withdrawal into another context in order to change and then coming back. Like when you go on a vacation, you leave one context in order to reintroduce yourself to parts of your being that got lost in the sort of subtle toxicities of daily life. You pull back, you get another perspective, then you come back with that enriched. So, for example, what we do when we go on vacation is usually get very busy in doing, which doesn't really deal with the quality of our mind at all, and then we bring the mind back still very agitated and quite speedy. In other cultures, for example, in Burma, where I have studied, the heads of government and business, their vacations, they go into a monastery in order to meditate for 2 weeks or 10 days or a month, in order to quiet their minds, in order to get this shift in perspective so that they can come back and be a more effective game player, if you will, and understand the gestalt in which they're functioning more effectively. In that strategy of a cyclic form of life, think about how you use the time that is available to you to, if you will, get beyond time, to find that part of you that is beyond time. That can be done spirally in that way of going out into the world and coming back. And those going out and come back, the pulling back can be, it could be in terms of a sabbatical, a year. It could be in terms of a month. It could be in terms of a week. It could be in terms of a weekend. It could be in terms of an hour every morning or an hour every night. Because most doers, if you will notice, they are so addicted to stimulation that they go from going to work and then there's stuff to read on their desks, and then there are people to see, and there are things to think about, and spreadsheets to study, and problems to deal with. And then they come home, and in the car back, they're listening to the radio. And then they get home, and they turn on the television to see the news. And then they are dealing with the family and what's come up in everybody in the family in the day. And then in the evening, there's more stimulation. And the minute it slows down for a second, let's go out, let's see more people, let's do more. And it's constantly feeding that need for stimulation. And there is just an interesting experience of just sitting down. I mean, if there's a stage where you get in your life, whether you even want to believe that it's possible, where you move towards what's called voluntary simplicity. And it gets to the point where you are realizing how cluttered your mind is, and you would like to get free of the identification with your thoughts so much that the external environment, you start to want it to be simpler and simpler. It's interesting the first time you sit in a totally white room in a simple way and feel fulfilled and don't feel with no books to grab and nothing and feel at peace with yourself. That is a different, once you have tasted that quality of peace, that you can allow yourself to just be and it's enough, then you can work with the sensations and the people and the books without that slight anxiety about not having them, which keeps coloring it just a little bit. The coloring, if you watch, even as you're eating, you're planning what you do in the evening. Even as you're there at the movie, you're planning what you'll do after the movie. Even as you're doing after the movie, you're planning what you'll do in bed. And so it goes, and it just keeps going and going, and your mind is always planning the next thing out of anxiety that you're going to get caught without something, in the sense of not having anything and having to deal with the emptiness. And then you say, well, at least I'll think. And to come behind it is extremely interesting. Now, so that could be as much as as little as 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the evening or something like that, in which you just start to use some technique to quiet yourself down, to examine the way in which you are so trapped in your own thoughts, to develop this other quality of awareness. And then you go back into your life. And then the next time you come back to it, and then you go out. The other strategy is to take the stuff of daily life and use it in a double way. You use it, one, at the level it exists, like decision-making, business processes, and the other, you're using it as a vehicle to awaken yourself. And you're using it simultaneously on both levels at once. Let's see if I can give you an example. Presently, this gathering, all of the funds that came in for this gathering are going to the Seva Foundation. And the Seva Foundation is a nonprofit that does work in developing countries and with the American Indians and so on. It's a very interesting and unusual organization, which maybe we can go into later. But at any rate, we have a rotating chairmanship in our organization, and for these past couple of years, I've been chairman. Now, being chairman of a foundation is, it's a role. And, but when I go to Nepal, which is one of the countries where we do work and where we have a presence, we are an NGO, a non-governmental organization that has been legitimized by the King and the Queen, and so we're real over there. And just like the Red Cross or any of the other organizations. So when I go to Nepal, I put on my blue blazer and my tie, and I am now chairman of a board. And in the course of my last term, the time I was there last time, I had an agenda in which I wanted the government to do certain things for us, and we in turn are doing certain things for the government. Now, I had an opportunity to meet the Minister of Health. Now, the Minister of Health, he has an agenda also, right? He's, after all, a representative of the King, And he sees me, as you can imagine, what somebody sees the chairman of a board of a funding agency from the West when you're a poor country, what I look like to him. And we come together. Now, he is the person that can say yes or no to certain things we need to help us with the opportunity to serve, really. And so we come into the room, each with a certain entourage we've got, and we sit down at a temple. It's just like, it's like real people, you know. And I don't tell them there are no adults present. I mean, I'm not going to scare them. And we sit down and we meet and face one another, and we do all the bowing and the hellos, and he's the Minister of Health and I'm the chairman of the board. We have our roles and we each have our agendas. Now, at that point, and I am saying I've been working on my consciousness now for 25 years, but this job, I think I'm not going to get through. This is going to be a hard one, and I'm probably going to burn out on it very quickly, I think. But I'll see if I can work with it. So I am sitting opposite him, and I've got my little reminder things. These are like worry beads. They're just beads that I use to remind myself so I don't get too lost in the drama. And I'm just sitting there looking at him, and suddenly our eyes meet. And I find another being just like me, except he's busy being the Minister of Health, and I'm busy being the chairman of the board. And we just met for a moment behind our roles as two fellow beings. Now, for an Easterner, that's much easier to do than a Westerner, because they're trained to do that. I mean, that's part of what their acculturation process is, unlike ours. For me, it took me 25 years to realize that I was a being who was being chairman of a board rather than the chairman of the board. For him, he was trained to fulfill a role without getting lost in it. So that when we meet and suddenly there is this delight. And we meet as two beings who are sharing the dance, if you will, of forms. And then we go into the game just as a Monopoly game, with his agenda, but instead of him being his agenda and me being my agenda, we are two beings who are meeting here and playing as two people, Minister of Health and Chairman of the Board, and dealing with our agendas. And we're dealing with it from a collaborative place in that we both would like to end suffering. And the result is that our dialogue together brings us closer together, rather than ending up being divisive, where, well, if you won't do this, then I won't do this, instead of separating us. It's just like Russians and Americans, or any people where they come together in a dialogue, whether they can meet in what's behind it as well as being in their separateness, can they meet in their unity. And what I experienced was that my journey to Nepal this time, I came out of it of continuous meetings, meeting with the ophthalmic associations and all this stuff, continuous meetings. I came out of it with more energy than I went in. I came out of it lighter than I went in. I came out of it with my heart more open than I went in. I came out of it seeing that us included Nepalese and Westerners and people from the States, instead of the people from the States were dealing with them in developing countries. Now, so what I'm learning, and every time as I was approaching the Minister of Health, I thought, oh my God, you know, it's fine to play this game when you're playing low key, but here I am now, I'm the chairman playing with the Minister of Health. This is big business. And is that going to suck me into losing my consciousness into it? And what I had to do was just keep reminding myself and keep waking up until I met him and we met behind it, and then it started to be play from there on in. And so what I'm learning is how to take the stuff of daily life and convert it. During the break, one of us asked me, how do you keep from burning out? Well, the answer to how do you keep from burning out is the injunction that the Bhagavad Gita, which is one of the sacred texts of the East, enjoins, which says, do not be identified with being the actor. It's one of the key things. In other words, when you drive a car, most of you do, and you are roughly hurtling through space with about 4,000 pounds of steel or something, seem like it, you're doing that, making incredibly subtle and complex decisions about centrifugal and centripetal force and rates of deceleration and all that. And all the time, you're usually tuning the radio, thinking about where you're going, watching for police. Who knows what else you might be doing? And all the time, you're doing all that, and you're doing it on what you could call base brain. That is, you're doing it without being somebody who's driving, and yet driving is happening. Well, it is interesting how you can cultivate a place in yourself that is at rest, even as you're full of activity, so that the activity doesn't wipe you out because you aren't doing it. You can take a long trip. Like people say to me, I'm on a tour now of 60 cities, which means that between now and April 15th, I'll do 32 cities. I'll be in a different city every other night. So I get on the plane every other day. I go to airports. I carry bags. I get off, meet people, get up, give lectures, go to bed, get up, etc. People say, what a demanding schedule. It must exhaust you. You know who'll say that to me? Like a woman who's raising 3 kids. I'll say, are you kidding? I said, I look at your life. What a demanding schedule. It must exhaust you. I said, I don't know, just like you. I get up every morning, I brush my teeth, I get dressed, then I do stuff all day, then at night I take off my clothes and I go to bed. And then I start the next day. That's what you do. But you see, the minute I have a model of travel, something happens, interestingly, people. Well, I'm traveling. And they get so caught into what you call the dramatic storyline of it, that you wipe out. You wipe out because you milk the drama of your own life, if that isn't too crude an expression. And you learn how to not, like, what a day I've got. Instead of, okay, you do what's immediately on the plate in front of you. If you're here and you got to get there, you get in the car and drive there. And then you're there and the next person comes in and you meet them. And if you keep overriding it with the whole storyline of, well, it's 10 o'clock and I've already done 4 and I've got 6 more and will I do it and all, you'll wipe out. On the other hand, if you just do the next thing and the next thing, and each thing you do fully, constantly pulling your awareness, noticing where your awareness is and bringing it back, you keep coming into a resting space just as you're doing it. And then it's just event after event after event, and you end up being at rest. And I'm learning how to do this. I don't know how to do it. I know it's doable because I know beings who do it. And I just have to learn how to be in the doing rather than get lost into the doing and lose the being. That's the whole process. And this is just a mechanical technique. There are techniques called the witness, which is cultivating a part of you that notices what's going on. Like most people, when you get agitated or angry or depressed, boy, am I depressed. See? Now, if you came to me and you said, which people do, and they go, I'm so depressed. Right? Yep. You're really depressed? Boy, am I depressed. Is every part of you depressed? Yeah, I'm completely depressed. Is there any part of you that isn't depressed? No, I'm completely depressed. You're noticing your depression? Yup. Is the noticer depressed? Well, the noticer is just noticing. Aha. There's your entry right there. That's that little place. And it starts out with such a subtle little tiny bit of your mind. 99% of your mind is depressed, and 1% is noticing. It's like clouds in the sky. If you take a frame and frame a cloud a certain way, it looks like you just got a frame of gray. But if you put a little bigger frame on, you see there's a little blue around it, and you suddenly say, oh, that's a cloud. It's the same thing you do with your thoughts. See, the thoughts grab you. Like I go into meditation, and the meditative technique I use, which is so Mickey Mouse, it's absurd, is I follow the breath. This is a Southern Buddhist Theravadan technique. It's ancient. It's an ancient technique. I follow the breath, rising and falling in my abdomen. There's a little muscle that goes up and down when you breathe. You can feel it. Now, I start in, and my instruction from my teacher is follow the breath, follow the rising and the falling, and when it rises, notice it rising, and when it follows, notice it falling. So I start. Rising, falling, rising, falling, rising, falling. And the first thing that my mind says is, this is never going to work. See? Now, what happened was, you see, my mind came up with a thought and it said, think of me. Psst, psst, this is never going to work. And if you buy into that thought, you say, you're right, this isn't going to work. Well, thank you very much for the teaching, and you're off, see? If, however, you just agreed that for 20 minutes you'd follow the instruction of the teacher, and he says every time a thought arises, notice that it has arisen, allow it, and then very gently return your awareness back to the rising and falling. So you say, okay, thought, see you later, and you go back to rising, falling, falling. And then a thought comes in. For this, I got a PhD. You know, like, here I went and got all this training and all this, and I'm this intelligent person, and I'm following the breath of, who am I? I better not tell anybody. I mean, it's an embarrassing thing. Well, what'd you do all summer? Well, I followed the muscle rising and falling in my abdomen. Don't you have anything more important to do? You see, I mean, you can feel where that is in relation to the cultural context. So I notice that as another thought, and then I go back, and then rising, falling, falling. Wonder if the 20 minutes is up yet. Notice it, rising, falling. Then I'm hungry, rising. My knee hurts. Each one just comes up and it grabs you and says, I'm real, think me. Psst, I'm real, think me. And each time you notice the thought, allow it, and you go back. The one that really sucks you in is rising, falling, rising. My God, I think it's happening. See? That one really gets you. That takes you every time, you know. And then, oh, yeah, it's happening, you know. I remember going to one of my teachers and I said, oh, I've just experienced such peace. I am feeling the peace I've always yearned for all my life. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, this is just so wonderful. He listened. He said, that's fine. Now go back and watch your breath. And that's called spiritual materialism, when you get caught in the experiences that happen along the way. Now, what a simple exercise like that does, which has no religious overlay of any stuff, it's just a mechanical method, is it's allowing you to see the way in which your thoughts keep capturing you into being identified with them by giving you a focal point around which you can see your thoughts grabbing you and pulling you. And just doing that simple little exercise allows you to see your thoughts grabbing and taking you, until pretty soon you begin to see that the thoughts are an ocean of continuous thinking. It's like sitting on the edge of a stream and watching the water go by, and leaves come and little fish go by and all kinds of things go, and twigs, and every now and then something catches your consciousness and your head turns to follow it. And when you're meditating, you just keep it right there, and the stuff comes in, exists, and goes by. And what happens just from that little mechanical method is you start to develop a connection to the awareness. It's like the sky that's behind the clouds. Instead of just transferring your identity from being one cloud to the next cloud to the next cloud, which what happens is, I'm hungry, and then you're focused on the refrigerator. And then as you're eating, you think, I'm missing the game, and then you're focused on the television set. And then you're in the middle of the game, and I got to go to the bathroom, and you're focused on it, and your mind is just constantly. You watch from the minute you wake up, like the alarm goes off, or somebody nudges you, or you wake up and you say, I could sleep 10 more minutes. What was I dreaming last night? I've got to go to the bathroom. That's what I need to do. Oh, it's so warm in bed. Gee, I can smell coffee. What was I dreaming? What was I dreaming now? Boy, do I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, I got to do the laundry later. Oh, I forgot that appointment. Oh, God. I got 3 more minutes. And your mind starts. See, and each one is grabbing you, and it goes all day long. It's just all day long. And each one grabs you and you do this and then this. And if you would watch it from any vantage point other than being in it, you'd be absolutely amazed at what's happening. That you're at the mercy of these thoughts that just grab you and invest you with reality. And only when you even have a context that it's possible to stand behind your own thoughts in just presence. All you are, to define who you are, is you just awareness. You just is. Questions, sir?
We did a study, took a year of 100 people in the little plan of ours, and we implemented some of these thoughts and ideas and found that productivity increased quite a bit for a number of reasons, and maybe this is one. And we found that the Western mind, or our mind here, was pretty difficult to maintain that. It kind of leveled out at a good productive rate. I wonder if you've had some experience about collective groups in the Western arenas, going further with it.
Well, the whole idea of sharing the journey with other people is extremely useful, extremely strong, because when somebody, if you're alone in a marketplace where everybody else is, like if you look at the sequence we're talking about, some people are on their way up the first round. Some people have plateaued. They see the finite limits of the game, and they're starting to go for another plane. They're starting the second level up. If they are all surrounded with the people on the first rise, everybody doesn't understand what they're doing. They get no support for it at all. What's ideal is if you're surrounded with people who are at this next level with you, and ideally even some people who finish that one are on another tack even, that can keep doing that. That's what teachers are about, and gurus and all that idea of somebody that's gone beyond that and is sort of helping you not get caught, mirroring your caughtness back to you. And it's called, in Hinduism, the Sanskrit word is satsang, or in Buddhism, sangha, or in the community or the fellowship in Christianity. It's a group of people that come together to agree to help each other awaken, Now, it's very hard when there is no either manual like a holy book or a teacher to help everybody, because otherwise everybody keeps reinforcing the way they're caught. So it's extremely useful to keep having some either method or text or person or group that keeps pulling you up. And what I think is, when I talked about consistency and truth, is that as you start to grow now beyond the stage of success in a worldly sense and start to deepen your understanding of who you are in the broader social context, it may well be that the nature of your friends change, that a lot of your friends who you picked or who picked you that were relevant at one stage of your life, they don't want to change or grow, and you find that you're starting to be a little bored with being with them, and you feel embarrassed by it and discomforted by it. And that's part of the inconsistency of growth, that sometimes you start to look around for new kinds of friends to be with in order to help you grow. The nature of a self-propelled group, like the one you might be talking about, is the nature of the contract you enter into with each other. And the first of them are things like truth and the contract to help each other grow. I mean, like our board at Seva, we are we're very unlike the Red Cross, where the board comes together. They may be people that come together to serve on the board and make decisions. We come together in order to work on ourselves, in order to be the instrument of service, rather than just stand back and do service. So the contract with each other is, would you all help me awaken? So that when one of us gets caught, the others are there to help each other. That's quite a contract between human beings. So you examine the nature of what the group is together for. And if the group has some sense of where it's going in terms of what freedom is and what quietness of mind is to increase productivity, increase satisfaction, increase having some control and mastery, control over your own life, not just control of the environment, control of your own life. So you free yourself from your own addictions. Then what you really need is a contract that allows you to help each other. And that has to be spelled out. And it's risky. It's scary. Because most people don't want truth from each other. They say, I won't wake you, you don't wake me. Questions? Yes.
I know I'm interested in doing some things with some organizations or even going for a period of time somewhere and working or studying, doing both, like working with silver or something like that, which I don't know if it's appropriate. How does one find out about what organizations there are available to work through, that you might be able to go to places where there are needs to actually be there with people?
You're talking about organizations, opportunities for your own growth?
And I'm talking about opportunities. Well, it would be for my own growth, but it would also be, say, like going to some place like India to work with an organization like, is it Seva, or with some of the other organizations? How do we find out, where do you find out which ones are appropriate for you?
That actually isn't as easy a question as all that. It would be nice if there were a huge computer network that would allow you to feed in, I have this many hours or days or months, and I have these skills and these talents, and out would come your airplane ticket.
That's what I like.
I know, we all like it. But what we have is quite a hit-or-miss program. I mean, what you do is you look at what your skills are, and you lead with your skills, because if you're going, the vehicle through which you are there is your skill. If you're an administrator, you've got those skills. You are a being that has a certain skill, but you don't sell being, you sell skill, and then your skill meets another person with their skill, and then together you be. That's what the process is. So, like somebody needs help, and you're a helper of a certain kind, you come together. The vehicle is helping, but the nature of what the juice is you just meeting as fellow beings behind the helper-helped role. See, this whole book is how not to get trapped in being a helper and to help. And one of the, I think once you do that, you look around for the professional groups that are connected with your skill, and then you explore with them where the opportunities are. Like in education, there are books this thick of educational opportunities for teaching in developing countries. Nursing, administrative, things like that. Unskilled labor, though, I mean, developing countries have a glut of just that. And when you're busy, like Seva is busy empowering the Nepalese, not sending in Westerners to do the jobs. So we're busy training Nepalese doctors and training ophthalmic assistants and getting the Nepalese to do the work so that when we leave, they are more powerful than when we came in, not impoverished. So we are not a resource for sending people to developing countries. So you've got to hear whether the role you're going to play. See, it's interesting whether your role in relation to other human beings empowers them and frees them or entraps them. And there are ways of doing good for other people that actually diminishes them in your act of doing good. It's a very interesting thing that if you are getting a rush off doing good, if you're getting a sense of righteousness from being a do-gooder, you're doing good, the person you do good to has to feel the effect of that. And they feel somewhat... It's interesting. In the old days, I was a psychotherapist in a previous life, and I needed to be a therapist. So I was identified with being a psychotherapist. The result was that the person in the room had to be the patient, if you can hear that. And my need to be a therapist kept them being the patient. And in fact, now as I look back, the horror is that I actually punished them when they got better because they didn't need me as much, and I needed to be needed. I mean, that was my problem. And it's the same thing that if you need to be identified with your role for your own adequacy, What you do is tend to force other people into symbiotic or complementary roles, and you don't let them out of them. And then you only meet in the roles. You don't meet in the space behind the role. Now, when I'm with somebody in a role, I may be helping somebody, like I work with AIDS patients, and I may be going in and holding somebody or changing their sheets or whatever I do with somebody. My vehicle is doing the stuff. I'm here. If they wish to come up for air and be here, that's fine. If they want to stay being an AIDS patient that's suffering, that's up to them. I have no right to take away their right to stay in their role. All I can do is create an environment that allows them to come up if they want to. You can't force another person to give up their suffering, but you can create an environment where they can come up for air if they want to. And that's the same one of playing your role, say, as an administrator with people around you and being impeccable in it and making demands and standards and all of it, and yet not being so entrapped in your role that you force everybody around them to be caught in their roles. But that even as you're fulfilling your roles, you are in them but not of them. And then often you and a secretary or a staff person and all keep meeting in the space behind it. And the relationship keeps feeding both of you, even as you are impeccable at the level of playing the roles out.
Can you talk a little bit about your relationship now with God, the roles that each of us plays? I am a Jew, I am a Christian, and the difficulty with those roles that we put on. It's a struggle for me.
When you say I am, anything that follows that is a limiting condition, right? The only truth, the closest to truth, since all words are lies, the closest to truth you can get is just the statement I am. The minute you put a limiting condition on it, you define out what you aren't. Right? You immediately make an us and them, or a, me and that, all right? So by my saying I'm a Jew makes me not all the rest of it. And then I say, but I was born a Jew. What does that mean? And then I can be cute. I can say, well, I'm only a Jew on my parents' side. Right? And I hear that from my point of view, what I'm trying to do is to learn the lessons of this birth. I'm trying to learn that everything that is on my plate has been given to me as a curriculum through which I can become free. That's the way I see the universe. I'm giving you the advanced course right now, but that's roughly it. So that everything, including the fact that my father was this, my mother died this way, that I'm bald, that I this, that, all my neuroses, they are all part of this curriculum that is offered to me that I can use through which I can awaken. Now, sometimes role identities, if you push away a role identity prematurely, it still has you. For example, in the early days, I just wanted to get high all the time. I wanted to go and be in La La Land. I wanted to be in the one. The hell with all these individual differences. I didn't like who I was in individual difference land, so I wanted to be out there. I kept trying to get high all the time. Right? And then I saw that that was a trap. I was pushing away something, and as long as you try to push something away, it's got you. It's like your hand sticks to it. See, and the secret of all the transmissions are attachments or aversions. Both of them catch you. I mean, one of the highest teachings is the third Chinese patriarch of Zen that starts out with a line that you immediately, I only get to give you one line for you to say, oh, you're not ready for that yet. It says, the great way is not difficult, meaning the great way, the true understanding, the deepest freedom. The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When you've got that one, let me know, and I'll give you the next line. It says, when love and hate are both absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised, but make the slightest distinction, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart. And what you hear is that as long as you identify with anything, this versus that, as long as you push away your humanity to hold on to your divinity, as long as you grab your humanity and push away your divinity, it's got you. You don't see the truth of things. They say in the mystic literature, truth waits for eyes unclouded by longing. As long as you want anything, you only see the outward container. As long as you identify with any thing or group, you've got an agenda. You're trying to protect it. If you say, I am a Christian, you're busy trying to protect that definition. You say, I was raised a Christian, and Jesus has got one of the most brilliant teachings of just what we're talking about today. I mean, what a mind-blowing teaching. He comes and he says, look, I'm taking a human birth just like you, and I'm just going to show you the truth of the fact that you aren't who you think you are. Watch. I'll go and I'll just be like you, and then people will scorn me. Now, that would freak you because you'd say, loss, shame is terrible. They'll shame me and I'll still be here. You say, well, shame's one thing, but your body is your big deal. Go ahead, I'll be crucified, and I'll drop back in 3 days and show you that isn't it either. Can you imagine a statement? I'm offering my life to show you you aren't who you think you are, so you can be free if you believe that I just did what I did. What a statement. Now, you can appreciate that statement of the Christ consciousness coming down in a form and giving that teaching. But I can also appreciate Buddha, who started out as a rich boy and then saw through the fallacies of stuff, and he saw there was suffering and sickness and death, and that as long as he tried to hide from it or push it away, it had him, and he went out and he had commerce with it, and he kept working on himself, and he saw through the whole game and sat down and came back and taught these clear truths about how the nature of suffering and humanity, and I can love him. And I can look again and again to Moses and what happened up on the mountain, and in each tradition I see the truth. Because every religion was rooted in somebody that had a direct experience of who we are. And then different strokes for different folks. They came down and they, for a different time, they formulated it in a different way. And then people kill each other for my way is better than your way. And it's interesting to understand the universality of the deepest truth and yet honor your form. I mean, I think my guru, who was a Hindu guru, used to say to most Westerners, Christ is your guru. Christ is alive and well in your heart if you will allow him to be, and he'll guide you. And I think that's true. Now, and I listen in each religion to find that form that allows me to touch that deepest truth. It turns out that in Western religions, most of the exoteric component of the religion is not designed to awaken you. It's designed to keep you from causing too much trouble to yourself and to everybody else. And when you start to awaken, then you go into the esoteric components like Gnostic Christianity or the Kabbalah in Judaism or, the Vedic teachings in Hinduism, stuff like that. Questions?
Last time I heard you, this time you talked about viewing yourself, and then the last time you mentioned that there was a second viewer of the viewer.
The developing of the witness that notices your game movements, your life movements, it's one part of your mind noticing another part of your mind. That's only halfway home. If you're going to go the full journey, then ultimately, this is a very tricky discipline to do it. Your mind turns in and observes itself observing, because the observing self is just another part of the mind. And then at that point, if your mind is disciplined enough to do that, you go through a doorway, and then you come into the space where you are no longer in your thinking mind. You are behind your thinking mind, and that's the thing that Greenspan was talking about saying awareness is below conscious intellect, is infinite and equal in every human being, perhaps in every creature. That's the one. And that's the one where you are no longer witnessing yourself. There's no more self-consciousness. You just are the thing itself. You just are the act. You are the washing the dish. You are the driving of the car. You're not thinking, I am driving the car. You just are it. And it gets very simple and very immediate. Then you're like a tree or the grass or the river. You're part of the universe of forms. As Gandhi said, when you die into that completely, then you find yourself in the service of all that exists. It's just natural. It's your recreation and your joy. Rabindranath Tagore, the poet, said, I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I acted, and behold, service was joy. See, there are stages of this recognition until not that you're doing good anymore. The next level is you are good. Not that you are milking for your self-image how good you are. You're doing it because if your hand is sitting in the fire, your other hand will pull it out. And this hand doesn't say to this one doesn't say to this one, thank you, because they're both part of the same thing. I've been struggling with in my lectures, trying to deal with this issue of looking, the description I describe is that I was on a beach in Marin and I was playing Frisbee, which is a frivolous game, right? Frivolous Frisbee. Sunlight, it was a beautiful day, and I was playing Frisbee. And as I was about to throw the Frisbee, into my mind came the inscription that is over Gandhi's tomb. And it says, think of the poorest person you have ever seen and ask whether your next act will be of any use. Do you throw the Frisbee or don't you? See, what you and I do most of the time is we have little category compartments in our head. Well, I've done good, now I can play golf. And when I'm playing golf, I don't really want to think about those starving people because they'll ruin my golf afternoon. But now you call me and you say there are blind in Nepal, I'd like to help. And then you get a good feeling about yourself, and then after 3 pounds of good feeling, you can have 2 ounces of pleasure. And you got we have these very subtle ways of playing, of compartmentalizing our life. But I'll tell you, there is another level to play the game from. Because if you think that your happiness can be had through denial of something else, you've got to realize that part of your energy is involved in that denial process, and it's not free energy. And there is another level where you have gone out and you have what's called embraced it all into yourself, and there is the poverty and the suffering and the joy and the pleasure, and there you experience your own unique role in being part of an incredibly affluent society that has tremendous resources to work with. And instead of turning away to grab that and then going back and then turning away to grab that, you embrace it all, and then you do what you do. And you hear that your acts can't be done by a rule book, and sometimes it involves playing Frisbee, and sometimes it involves service. But no longer are you denying, you're allowing. You're allowing and appreciating, because you're hearing the unique part you have to play in the total structure of the dance, of the game of life. And you're just playing your part the way an oak tree does or an elm tree does. To make believe you're not part of an affluent culture is dishonest. But to make believe there aren't developing countries where there are people at this moment starving and blind is also dishonest. And finally, you have what they describe in a smile on a Buddhist statue, the smile of unbearable compassion. You bear what's unbearable. There is so much suffering, and it's all us. See? You go up in your consciousness, you see we're all us, and then you come down and you say, but it's my television set. Or in Islam, they say, trust in Allah, but tie your camel. And you learn that you have to be impeccable on every plane. That you can't be clean out here with the one and sloppy down here. From a long time, I was helping my audiences get out there. And then I looked, and there were a lot of audiences out there in La La Land. And my teachings were, learn your zip code, get your act together, get a job. Grounding people. And you find half the audience you're trying to say, go, fly, dance, play, and the other you say, come on down and get it together. Because finally, we have to have it all. If we're going to honor our humanity fully, we've got to honor our divinity, our humanity. We've got to honor that we are part of the one and live it, and we are also separate. That we have fears and pain and grief out of our separateness, And we also have absolutely safety and invulnerability out of our oneness. And you keep learning that and learning it. And you study books that help you understand that. You listen to tapes. You come to gatherings like this. You examine, you explore your own silence. You start to quiet your mind. You start to look to cultivate what is that quality of softness that allows me to be part of the universe rather than separate from it. This all becomes part of your agenda and finally part of your bottom line.
One more.
One more.
In your 5 years since some of us in here have seen you before, are you finding there any change in our culture? It's business culture primarily. Are business people more open to looking and searching and maybe questioning the values that we've had and the roles that we've been in?
There are some very interesting effects of the immediacy of information in the culture. The information facility that technology has given us has changed us in some ways. For example, the immediacy of appreciating the what's called the global village, or the fact of everybody's presence, and the immediacy of suffering. I'll tell you, I'll list the things. The bomb, which means the presence of the potential of not living. So you got to live with death presently, immediately. Communication, which has changed our natures of time and space because of the immediacy of everything. Transportation, mobility, which has changed the nature of space and time also. Things like terrorism, which has increased the anxiety that comes with an anarchic system. The economic instability of debts and debt structure, and the fact that the culture, the business community particularly, is playing paper games with money further and further out, so that there is less stability, less rootedness in the way the game is being played now. All of these over-determines changes in consciousness of the culture. They all contribute to changing the name of the game. So that, for example, what Einstein did to physics, to Newton, see what Newton, when I grew up, I took Newtonian physics in school, and I was told that Newtonian physics was absolutely true. I mean, I remember it seemed like a few years ago, and then Einstein came along and he said, well, it's relatively true depending on where you're standing. Now, Einsteinian physics is taught, and everybody assumes that, and it changed the whole game. It took what I was taught was as absolute reality, and it made it relative reality. Didn't make Newton a liar. It just made him relatively true rather than absolutely true. Well, all this stuff is doing the same thing to the cultural stand you're having anywhere, that the information facility is making your reality relatively real, but not absolutely real, because you're having all these other realities presented to you. You're not growing up in a village in Iowa where you don't know anything but what's going on in Iowa, like just one generation back was doing. You're knowing too much all the time. I mean, a kid in Iowa, by the time he's 12 years old, has vicariously through television lived out hundreds and hundreds of roles. That's a whole different world of view than the kid that grew up in Iowa 2 generations back, where he dreamed of becoming the postmaster in the post office. I look at my audiences now. 20 years ago, my audiences all looked a certain way. They had all either come to me through drugs or through Eastern mysticism and philosophy. My audiences now, and I'm saying the same thing roughly that I was saying 25 years ago. I'm sorry, but nothing changes. It's the perennial philosophy. My audiences are now, first of all, my audiences in those days were at narrow age range of about 10 years, between about 15 and 25. My audiences now are between about 20 and 80. Over 75% of them have never taken marijuana or any drugs or any Eastern philosophy. Who are they? What are they doing there? Why would they come here, a flake named Ramdas? I mean, what is it? I don't understand. I only can assume that there is a shift in the cultural context that has to do partly with the anxiety of the times, and partly of the receptivity to these kinds of ideas. Maybe the culture is ready at this moment. Maybe that's what affluence finally does. People burn out how much they think they're going to get happiness through what they can buy and acquire. Either they do it directly or they do it vicariously, because they look at the faces of their hero figures and they don't see happiness and contentment. Frank Sinatra is not a content man. I don't know that he's a hero figure either, but he is partly. But that's the problem, that we are seeing the limits of our own culture as a certain mythic culture. And that limit that is becoming visible through our hero figures writ large on television, so it's Dallas and Dynasty and that kind of unhappy meanness and sadness and greed and fear that's involved in those kinds of shows, and those are our big images, that makes us ripe. For the next step of a journey, there has to be some despair. There has to be a realizing of the limits of one level before you will ask the next questions, because it's threatening to even allow that there is a meta-system when you're still trying to milk the initial system. Okay? Thank you very much for sharing this time. This has been what comes out of me is so much a function of who's there, and I want to honor the willingness everybody has to come in together and share it, because the sharpness of your minds brings out stuff in me that a different audience wouldn't bring out at all. So, thank you. One fellow stopped me a minute ago, and one of us, and he asked if I would speak about aging, because he's working in a nursing home and is interested in tell me if I get it wrong, the greening of aging? The greening of elder care. That's a nice one. I like that. Jai, who besides devotional practices, also manages me. Is that what you are? He's my agent. And he just arranged a contract for me that will give me about a year off to do a book on aging. And it's a book I really, really want to do. I mean, obviously I want to do it for obvious reasons. In the proposal for the book, I told two stories. One was the evening I took a train back from Westport to New York City. That railroad, after a certain hour, you buy your ticket on the train when you go from a little station like Westport. So I got on the train, and I had been out in the autumn leaves with a wonderful friend, and she had just shown me all the secrets and the frogs and the whole business. I was really happy. And the conductor came down the aisle, and he said, "Tickets, please." And I said, "I'm sorry, I'll have to buy my ticket on the train." And he said, "What kind of a ticket do you want?" And I said, "Do I have a choice?" He said, "Regular or senior citizen?" So it was interesting the way I said it. I said, "Senior citizen," which was the same way when I was 18 years old and I could drink legally in New York. I went in and I ordered a beer and the bartender heard the tone of my voice and he asked for my identification. The conductor did not ask for my identification. And I said, "How much is the senior citizen ticket?" And he said, $4.50. And I said, "How much is the regular one?" He said, $7. And I was very pleased. And then as he went away, I started to realize what I had put on, what mantle I had put on with the idea of senior citizenship. It wasn't just an economic category. I mean, it was technically, but it wasn't psychologically. Psychologically, it all had to do with change in status in the society. And as I started to feel the nature of the mantle of being a senior citizen and all my models of senior citizens, I was absolutely overwhelmed with the I don't want to put it so negatively, but the mythic conspiracy we are all a part of that defines aging. And I haven't done the book yet, so I don't know what it's going to say, but I realize that as I become more aware of the way in which the mythic fabric of the culture is defining who I am, like in the determinant of age, that as I become more aware of it, it starts to have less power over me. Just that awareness changes things. Like if you look at television, look at all the people of age and see how they are characterized in all the stories. They're either foolish, irrelevant, sort of bumbly wise. Only Angela Lansbury. Some of you know what I mean. It's Murder, She Wrote. And she's a star from way back. And I just realized as aging older people, in a funny way, get warehoused, either in upper middle class elder communities where they are pleased that no children are allowed. Can you imagine? That's like a hell realm. I don't want children around. They make too much noise. So does life. I mean, when I go into India or I go to, most cultures I go to, you feel the interesting working of the extended family, how it all works, how there are built-in babysitters, and how the grief is spread around, and how the economic people have someplace to fall, and how the whole web, and realize at what cost we have cultivated personal individual freedom, and whether individualism isn't an interesting kind of ism. And the essence of the issue of aging, it seems to me, well, I don't say the essence. I'd say a significant variable is the issue of power, of loss of power. And I started to think about power. I mean, I'm just at the edge of my thinking, so all of this is just one person ranting. But I remember sitting with Maharaji, and we were in Delhi, and he was lying on his tucket, his cot, blanket fallen off him. He doesn't have anything. He doesn't do anything. He's just there. Extraordinary, extraordinary being. And in the distance, we hear a huge parade going by, which has in it Indira Gandhi and her generals, and there are elephants and tanks. Major parade. Maharaji's lying there and he says, look at all that, and it's just a worldly king. It's just a worldly king. And it was interesting how I got a flick of consciousness about planes of consciousness and power. I mean, when I look at levels of power, there is no doubt in my experience of consciousness that there are planes of consciousness where an individual is connected to the universe subjectively, and therefore, as that individual thinks, so that all manifests. And that can include other people's minds and other places and all of it. I think there are individuals who can change external reality, what we would call external reality, because it isn't external for them. When Maharaji told me, as I've written about in ad nauseum, when Maharaji told me about how my mother died in Boston, and there was no way he could know that. No way. There was nobody that I was with that knew it. There was no plan that he was going to meet me. There was no hidden files. There was no ticker tape. There was nothing. And he told me that she died, how she died, and then, although he only spoke Hindi, in perfect English, he said, spleen. And spleen was the organ from which my mother died. The removal of her spleen. And I remember knowing at that moment when my mind gave up, because you've got to put, a kind of a Harvard professor mind in the presence of that phenomenon and try to bring those two things together. And there's a moment where my mind, which I feel like the rational mind has so much power. Look at technology, look at science, and I'm trained in that stuff. And look at all of the extrapolations outward, going to the moon, the medical science, all of it. Look at that's all the power of the prefrontal lobe mind. It's like the siddhis, they call them spiritually. It's the powers of the. It's like the power. The first power was his prehensile strength, and now you have the power of this thing. It's incredible. But I saw that in the presence of his awareness, that power was trivial. That was trivial. It was a nice and interesting power, but it was not the essence of the matter. It was an instrument, as Vivekananda, I guess, said, or Ramakrishna. The mind is a beautiful servant and a lousy master. I received an invitation to speak at Saks Fifth Avenue in Beverly Hills. And I. Magnans and Neiman Marcus in Beverly Hills. And one more that I forget. And for which I was asked to speak for 15 minutes each place, which was like an hour, for $12,000. Okay, now some of you know what that means. Now, the people that invited me were La Prairie Cosmetics. La Prairie makes creams to protect you from aging. Okay? They also have a sanitarium, a place in Switzerland where you can go and have chemicals.
A spa.
You can a spa? No, they call it a sanitarium there. Where you go and you get injected and dejected and sucked off and reconstituted.
It's good the check is cleared already, that's all.
Now, many of my friends who are do-gooders, the whole lot, they didn't think I should do this because it represented that I would be supporting something I didn't really value. I didn't really agree with that because I think that that aging is a process that goes on in nature, and we're part of it. And the fact that we don't see aging as beautiful is a problem we should work with instead of recreating the world to make believe it doesn't exist. And I don't think it makes people that happy. Because the first job you have, you're worried about when you'll need the second job, and is it falling, and etc. I'm talking about face adjustments. I have no moral thing about that. I just think it's sad. So most of my friends thought I shouldn't do it, but $12,000. I mean, If you were to look at it from the point of view of the Seva Foundation, of which Jai has just retired as chairman of the board, see all the roles, see all the hats he wears? I mean, I get to wear one hat, but he wears all these hats. If you translate that into eyeballs, at say $50 it takes, doesn't, but let's say it took $50 to take a blind person and give them an interocular lens so they have perfect vision because they have a cataract. $50 into 12,000. Think of all those human beings. I thought, the hell with it. I will lecture anywhere. And it's just, I'll say the truth. That's a simple contract. That's not really a contract with the devil. It's sort of, I come out of a family of lawyers, and so you gotta figure out how to. So we were sitting at the luncheon at Saks. You have something to say? That turned out to be the only one I did, for which they paid $12,000. So it was 15 minutes for $12,000. That's a good agent. So we were sitting at the table, these little tables. There were little tables of 8 or 10, at which at each one there was a La Prairie representative helping people understand how they should do this stuff. And it was the 200 best customers of Saks. And it was a luncheon. And I was speaking right after the skin nutritionist. And she said she wanted everybody to do this experiment. Take your skin and you squeeze it, and you hold it for 5 seconds, and then you let it go, and you see how quickly it goes back, and that's how vital your skin is. So we all stuck our hands in the middle of the table, and we did this thing. 5 seconds. And then we all let go. And mine didn't go back at all. In fact, if I didn't push it down now, it would still be there. And they were horrified. They were honestly horrified. It was just like it was some major social gaffe. And they sent me a big box of skin cream after that. A care package. But I saw how deeply pervasive a definition of aging as something to be warded off or something not to be enjoyed. Not to be enjoyed. Imagine that. A whole section of your life not to be enjoyed. Either because you're afraid of death or because you're caught in a dysfunctional mythology because we've lost the elders in the society, and the elder wisdom is just what we need at this point, whether it comes from elders in indigenous societies or elders in any society. But the elders have derogated their responsibility. They don't think of themselves as elders. I'm no elder. I've been carrying on a dialogue with a fellow who writes lecture speeches in the White House for Bill Clinton. Very, very nice guy, David Dreyer. And I said, David, is there any space in the White House? Is there any silence? Is there any non-reactivity? Is there anybody that isn't in a power role there of some sort that merely holds the vision or is just present as a disinterested counselor, if you would? It's what kings always had when they had elders. And he said, oh no, there's nothing like that. And you can feel the pain of politics
where everybody's busy reacting to everybody else and nobody is reflectively responsive. Now, when you get older, one of the things that happens is the change of time, the change of the meaning of time, in a whole raft of ways. First of all, time gets short before you're going to leave your body. And not only that, but that agitation and there's a whole chemical thing in it, makes you experience that time is moving by faster. It seems like, because when you're a child, spring is a big thing and summer is summer. And then, the feelings of each season, and autumn is going back to school, and at least it was in my day. And for adults, it runs a pace. We seem not to have enough time for anything. And then we get older, the years go by very quickly. So that's one dimension of time. Then there's another interesting dimension of time. Like when I say to my friends, how old do you experience yourself as being? Not how old are you chronologically, not how old is your body, but how old do you experience yourself as being? There are different kinds of responses. People like me would say no age at all. I don't experience myself as age. I'm just here. And then this body has an age, so is my car. I have two 20-year-old cars and a 63-year-old body. But many people, like Judith in New York says, I have always felt like I was 14 years old. I've always felt like I was like a little girl up in a tree. And I think that for the first 35, 40 years of my life, I felt like I was a precocious child. I was a child who was living in over my head. This may be alien to all of you, but bear with me. It's just my pathology. And then I began to feel like I had gotten through puberty. I was about 40. Just in time for menopause. Now, I started to experience this change in my psychological age. There were a lot of things that occurred in those years, of course, and I got up to the point where I started to feel that I was just who I was. That I was this age, 63, or at that time 50, 55, and it felt fine. It was comfortable. And then I went deeper and I started to feel no age. Now, if you're in no age, there's no time. Nothing's happening. And that's the nature of awareness. Nothing's happening. No one's going anywhere. There was no birth. There's no death. It all just is, and that's part of you. And as you accept your own legacy, your own lineage, you begin to rest in that component in which there is just awareness and there is no time. There's nothing personal about it. It's not my awareness, it's just awareness. And I started to see the way in which, since the baby boomers are going to start to be 50 in 1996, I'll write the book for them. I'll write the book for, okay, you finished 50 years. Who knows what you got left? You could have 26.8 or something on the curve, but you could also have 40 or 1 minute or who knows. So, but it's going to be different. What do you say? Let's reflect about it together. Let's use it as consciously as we've used everything else in our life. Let's make it an exercise. How to live out and honor aging without getting lost in the drama. Why do you have to be, I'm old? How do you do? I'm Richard. How do you do? I'm old. Because I've certainly met people with illnesses that are profound illnesses who are honoring and caring for their body as best they can with whatever wisdom they have, but they aren't lost in the storyline. The fact that they have an illness hasn't redefined their reality. They are not ill, they are a person with an illness. And you take any of your pathology and how quick you are to define yourself in terms of the pathology. And in our society, aging is a pathology. It's a failure. There's something wrong. We don't really want to see you because you don't awaken our sexual interests, you don't have any power, you're our future that we're afraid of, so we'll send you to beautiful places where you'll be happy. It feels like Brave New World. It feels like Brave New World. And we then will cast it through the media as happy faces in Modern Maturity magazine. I am so happy living in this senior citizen community. They all show beautiful dentures. Forced by the lobby for denture makers. God, it's so macabre. You can't help but laugh. I mean, we've all been had so incredibly. So I thought I'd write a book about that. But I've been thinking about power, and Maharaji saying it's only a worldly king. It seems to me that you and I are in a training program that's even, I'll give you another, just a metaphor. This is all a metaphor. Assume it's a total lie. It's just a metaphor. That you and I are part of the segment of civilization. We are not exclusively, we're just a part of it, a tiny part of it, that is developing increasing awareness in a pretty largely unconscious system, which is, the unconsciousness of our living in ways that are destroying our chances of continuing to live. That's pretty unconscious. And we're doing it left and right, every one of us, every day, all the time. You talk about denial. We are all in it right up to here. Right up to here. And I see the system when I have a great statistic. This was a study done in high schools, urban junior high schools. It was a study done of teachers in 1940, and the study was repeated in 1990 with a sample of teachers from the same schools. You might have seen this. I think it was in the New York Times, I'm not sure. Teachers list biggest school problems was the headline. The list in 1940 was talking out of turn, chewing gum, making noise, running in the halls, getting out of turn in line, wearing improper clothing, not putting trash in the wastebaskets. The list in 1990, biggest school problems: drug and alcohol abuse, pregnancy, rape, robbery, assault, suicide. That took 50 years. Now just let the implications of that sink in for a second. It's easy to get freaked and say, isn't this horrible? But just for an experiment, let's just look at it. It's new. Certainly a more intense climate. I can do one of those lists and comparisons for practically every dimension of our life. The amount of resources left, the rate at which the fish are getting contaminated, the radioactivity that is entering the system of the planet through nuclear waste, increased numbers of homeless people, people who have fallen through the cracks of the social system. On and on. And what I experience is that the rate, and the rate is exacerbated by the technology of our lives. The rate of the ethical, social, philosophical shifts that are occurring. I mean, just that you and I have lived through the coming down of the Berlin Wall and the break of the Soviet Union and the break of another ism. We haven't gotten through capitalism yet, but we're through communism. Because life isn't isms, it's humans. But I would feel that you and I, in the remainder of our lives, face some profound changes. We face the potential of coming very close to chaos. Because you just take the difference between the rich and the poor, which is one of the major destabilizing influences in a society, or north and south in the world scene. There was a time just a couple of generations ago where if the head of a company made 5 times what the lowest employee made, everybody was comfortable. Now CEOs 95 times what the lowest person's making. Now, I know they work hard, but that is ridiculous. It's just what happened in the 80s. It was the way in which individualism, out of balance, without a sense of identity within groups, within community, with this wonderful prefrontal lobe, runs amok. It runs amok. Not only aren't we concerned any longer about the 7th generation, we are basically using up the resources of the children and the grandchildren at this moment. Now, all this is the way it is, by the way. I'm not just giving an interpretation. I can give you the data for all these things I've said. None of this is surprising to any of you. If you've spent your whole life, as many of you have, creating a secure situation, that word secure is in jeopardy. I've just been reading, because I've been in Israel, I've been reading books about the Holocaust and how the Jews in Poland, in this case, were sitting in their home with all of their beautiful, sentimental surroundings. And there was a siren and an announcement going through the square. All the Jews have 1 hour to take whatever they can and leave their homes and meet in the town square. And anybody that malingers will be shot. How stable was their lives? How stable is anybody's life? Assuming things, as that stability is threatened, what happens when we were talking yesterday about fundamentalism, as that stability is threatened, people contract. If they have a vested interest in things staying the way they were in President Reagan's American dream in the 40s. If you've got an investment in that and then it all starts to change and you can't quite stop it, and your team can't stop it, you contract. And when you contract, your heart closes, you go up into your mind, and when you get into your mind, you cause a lot of trouble. Because the mind in the service of fear, the quality of the thinking mind is it thinks about things, so it sees everything as an object. So all people become them. And they must be dealt with in order to protect you. I think one of the most powerful images I ever read, since I guess I'm on this track now, was in Elie Wiesel's book Night, in which he describes a moment in the concentration camp where his father is just weak and about to die, and his father has a crust of bread. And he has been so loving and devoted to his father, and at that moment, he has a thought of, if he die, I'd get the crust of bread. And it so shattered his belief in his God, his spirit, his whatever, that it colored everything for the rest of his life, because he couldn't handle what he considered the deepest evil that he would have had that thought inside of himself. But that's in human beings. We have seen in our day greed that has been so insensitive to the suffering it's causing. And in part, we are party to it. We are party to it, just the way we live our lives. And it's extremely interesting to anticipate that this is not a stable situation, that it's going to change. And the way it's going to change, if you have a vested interest in holding it the same, you're going to be pushing against the change, because the change is going to represent a threat to your existence. And I would say you and I are in training to find a place in ourselves and in the way we live our lives where we are not so dependent on the forms of existence that we freak when it changes, that we freak in the presence even of increasing chaos. Because it's going to be at that moment where those people who have some tiny degree of equanimity will be that thing around which can coalesce a shift that is healing instead of ultimately destructive. I mean, I think that society still thinks it will solve, it's been holding on to the model of progress for many years, which means science, technology, that we will solve everything with our minds. And I don't think that's the case. I do not think that's the case. And the predicament is when we say, well, there is the need for spirit, it immediately turns in the need for religion, and we just have a new power struggle. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about bringing Christianity into the schools. I wouldn't mind bringing Christ in, but I sure as hell don't want Christianity. Did I alienate you all? All the Christians leaving. See, it seems to me the reason I'm playing this game, I mean, the way I'm thinking these at this moment, and the fun of playing with all this with you, is that aging and the social, economic, political system are facing us with the same thing, which are change. And in addition, loss of power. Loss of power. Because your power base gets threatened. A revolution shakes the hell out of your power base. Really does. And that image I have is still strong in my head I'm in a village in Guatemala, and all the men have been murdered by the army, which is in the service of the wealthy, and that is backed by the United States, of course. And these Mayan Indians, these men have been murdered, and the women are there with their babies, and they're, in a way, huddling within their villages, waiting for the army in the service of the wealthy to come back and do them in. If they should even murmur the fact that they would like enough land to till to be able to survive. And from there that year, I flew to Beverly Hills, flew to Hollywood, Los Angeles. And I ended up in Brentwood, very, very luxurious suburb. It's all suburb, it's all in Los Angeles. And I drove down a street in which there were just high walls and television monitors at electronic gates. A street in which there were no humans. There were just walled buildings and gates. And there were little strips of lawn in front, about 5 feet wide. And on each lawn, all the way down, was a sign stuck in black and red. And it said, "Armed Response." And the image was of all the rich people hiding behind the walls, waiting for the next Los Angeles riot, when that sign isn't going to do it. It's not going to do it. Interesting moment. I mean, interesting moment, even if it's just my fantasy, that part, just interesting moment to play with, to not rush into denial so fast. And you and I have the opportunity to get in line with a different kind of power, so that as worldly power changes, you don't get completely lost. You don't get completely freaked. You don't feel like you are threatened. Now, there's another dimension that's sort of in here. It's got to be played in. When you as an individual feel very threatened, one of the things you do is you align yourself with groups because you feel power through, like you feel power through the church, or you feel power through a lobby that's powerful. You feel power through identifying with a country, like we're Americans. What that represents, here's my passport. That kind of power. I mean, when the Jews faced the Holocaust, which made the individual life so utterly, utterly, utterly at the whim of a dark force, what the people did as the millions of them were destroyed was they increased their identification with the group rather than with the individual, because the individual was so vulnerable. At least the group, which was so vulnerable, was less vulnerable. You can feel in the newspapers when you read an article that starts to show that the United States is less powerful. It doesn't have the power to play out its dream. It's like the British Empire being brought to its knees by Gandhi and his salt. I mean, the sun never set on the British Empire. It was everywhere, all around the world. And Gandhi said there's going to be change and the English are going to have to leave, but it's important that they leave as friends. It's important that whatever changes go down, there be the optimum amount of compassion. And for that compassion to exist in your and my hearts, we have to be able to deal with uncertainty, change, chaos, loss of power without immobilizing fear, or without the depth of the fear that makes us go into massive denial and massive violence to other human beings. So I would say you and I are in training. And it's not quite as idle a training as one might like it if one says, well, we have infinite reincarnations. It is true on the spiritual level that if this earth goes under, because of radioactivity. You just wait 275,000 years, and then at some point, some amoeba will fly in from somewhere else, and the whole game will start again, and in a couple of billion years, here we'll be again. And out there's no time, so what difference does it make? It's just a blink of an eye anyway. That's the world of India, which lives with the yugas and the kalpas of time. And after all of the 4 seasons, the Sat Yuga, the Dwat Yuga, the Tret Yuga, the Kali Yuga, or the Tret Dwat, then Shiva, who's been sitting in meditation, creating the whole universe out of his mind, stands up and dances the pralaya, and the whole thing dissolves in one huge mushroom blast back into itself, into the formless, and then he sits down and creates it all again. You can jump to that level of time. I do it often, because that's also true. The truth is, whether we solve the problems of environment, violence, breakdown of social structures in a harmonious or disharmonious way, at one level is just a curious phenomenon. From yugas and kalpas and reincarnation and other time dimensions, it's hardly a flick of an eye. But you and I also are on Earth at this moment in bodies and have a curriculum. And that curriculum has to do with doing, as our hearts dictate, doing what we can to relieve suffering. And ultimately, what we can do to relieve suffering is be that which is able to be in the presence of suffering without creating more suffering. It's like learning to keep your eyes open in hell. Just looking at just what is and not going under into, oh my God, oh, I wish it hadn't, oh. To the extent you hold a model of how it used to be or how you wish it were that prevents you from seeing what is, better luck next life, because you're in for a lot of suffering. Because the suffering is the clinging of the mind, the not looking at what is. And out of what is, what do you say? There was this beautiful saint in India, in the mountains, who died, I think, early 1900s. And he was a great, wise being of vast vision and power, a lot of siddhis of power. And he said, it was, if he was in reverie, he said, there'll come a time when you'll walk 5 miles and you'll see a firelight and you'll be so happy to know another human being exists. See, that's such a tasty image to work with for consciousness. For a personality, it's a drag. Oh my God, that sounds terrible. Oh God, well, at least I won't be around. Oh, but gee, oh God, that means, ugh. That's personality. That's a psychodynamic entity, suffering like hell, holding on to who I am. But that isn't who you are, fortunately, so you can relax. It's who you're manifesting as, but who you are is just no time, no space, no birth, no death, no coming, no going. No form, nothing to do. All just phenomena occurring. Life, death, change, chaos. Here comes death. Again. You talk about the Peace Corps. That's what this is. We're talking about real training for a real Peace Corps. As I said yesterday, the Dalai Lama, who can say, I'm not angry with the Chinese because it isn't functional. It's Stephen's forgiveness. It's all that stuff. It's letting go. It's letting go. It's letting go. Here we are. It's letting go and listening to the deeper powers of the universe. It turns out that in our relation to the earth, We aren't the masters of the game like we thought we were. We're just part of the system. That's a major change. I grew up in being taught in science that we could manipulate the physical universe in such a way to make us happy. And I never remember the discussion of what it would do to the physical universe. You try getting away with a course like that in school now? Don't be silly. Everybody's just beginning to reckon. I mean, I'm part of an organization called the Social Venture Network, which is a group of businesses. It's got Ben and Jerry in it, and Levi Strauss, and the Roddick's from the Body Shop, and all those kind of people, the Calvert Fund. And it's a group of people that get together to see how socially and environmentally responsible business can be. And they start to ask of themselves audits of their environmental usage. And then they demand of themselves an audit of their effect in the communities they're functioning in socially, and for their employees. We're just beginning. This is like a leading edge kind of an organization. We're just beginning to recognize the relation to nature, which is not human over nature. Florence Kluckhohn had these three categories as an anthropologist: human over nature, human in nature, human under nature. The nature gods that did us in all the time, that was human under nature. And science has been human over nature, and the Enlightenment ever since the 17th. In Brave New World, their mantra is, because they have built a society that was rooted in Henry Ford's philosophy. And their mantra is, Ford's in his flivver and all's well with the world. In which humans have been turned into happy consumers and producers. So that if the chaos doesn't get you, the organization will. That's what's such fun. There's no way to escape. And here we are. And it's all joyful. Try that one on. You laughing? Have you got a true guffaw in there for all this? As Wavy Gravy says, if you don't have a sense of humor, it just isn't funny. Some of you say, how can you laugh at a time like this? I was just feeling terrible about this. Milk it as long as you want. It's not going to make it any better for you just sitting around feeling terrible. That's a cheap high. Oh, I can't bear it. It's so terrible. Well, we'll wait. Because you got to bear it. You don't have any choice. So you're going to bear the unbearable before you're done. Either your own death or somebody you love or the whole system. It's very interesting to try to be conscious, isn't it? It's more fun than not being conscious, I'll tell you. But it takes a while to figure that out. It isn't as trippy. It isn't as trippy. Wow! And, instead of, and that too, and that too, and that too, and here we are. Whew. Pretty heavy. Any adjective is just a joke. Heavy, light. You and I are in training to be free. We're in training to be so present, so spacious, so embracing into ourselves, not looking away, not denial, not closing our hearts because we can't bear it. The statement, I can't bear it, that's what burns you out in social action. The being in presence of suffering and contracting. The contraction starves you to death. When you close your heart down to protect yourself from the suffering, you can't stand it. Because what happens is you close off the being fed by the life situation. Because if you can stay open, the suffering and the joys and the stuff of life, all of it, it's like living spirit, and it just connects to your living spirit, and there's a tremendous feeding going on. You go to funerals, and the grief, real grief, brings people so close together, and it gives them life experience where often they've been deadened into their minds and into their closed hearts. That's why trauma is so profound. It cuts through. A frightened person contracts. When they contract, they go into their minds. When their minds contract, they can't risk. It's a low-risk strategy, so it's reiterating what they know in order to feel safe. And that judges everybody else as a threat to their safety if the fear is great enough. And everybody's them, and you're isolated, and you're very hungry. It's very lonely being that isolated. And the isolation has nothing to do with the social reality. It has to do with your own mind. And once you see all this, what else is there to do but keep working on becoming conscious? No big deal. Nobody's asking you for anything. You'd be a fool not to do it. You'd be a fool. It's just like you're going to perpetuate your own misery and suffering and everybody else's if you don't. So 1 year. 1 year. Make it clear what I'm asking. 1 year for you to be able to live in two planes of consciousness simultaneously. I'll settle for any two. Because the minute you've got any two, the whole thing's happened. Then you see, why those two? And the other thing is, do it joyfully. Do it joyfully. I mean, when you meet somebody that's suffering, what do you have to offer them? You could offer them your empathy. Oh, God, I just can't imagine how bad that suffering must be. That's a good thing to offer, because they feel somebody else is listening to them. The other thing you can offer them is your joy, is your presence, is you're not getting caught in it all. That combination of being empathetic means you're caught, means your heart is breaking because you understand the intensity of their experience. And at the same moment, you are absolutely, equanimously present, not clinging to anything, just watching the phenomena of the universe change. Then your acts are compassionate. That is where the root of compassion is. The root of compassion is not empathy. That's kindness, and that's good. It's great, but it is not the ultimate compassion. The ultimate compassion is the act which has the potential to relieve every level of suffering. Not just the food in the belly or the mattress for the night. It relieves the suffering that comes from separateness. And the suffering that comes from separateness is only when you are present with another person, not when you are separately present. So the whole game of helping another human being, if you're busy being the helper, you make them the helpee, and you've just created suffering. Isn't that bizarre? With the very act of helping somebody. And then you jump out of that one and it's, who's helping anyway? What the hell? It's just, Enough, Johnny. It just seems that we touch moments where we feel deeply connected. Then a moment later, it's a new moment. And we want to cling to the experience. I invite you not to cling. I invite you to open to the next moment and let it have its own richness. There is a real problem when you have got a weekend as rich and thick as this one has been for all of us, to not try to hold on to the glow. Nothing will kill it faster than clinging. So we're going to do a final thing together, and afterwards we're going to go out into the universe. And suddenly we'll be in cars, on roads, in homes, cooking suppers, doing laundry, answering telephone calls, being charming, looking at television, reading the papers, responding to the calls of help around us, fighting with people. It's such a rich diet that faces us. How couldn't you be ecstatic at the opportunity? I invite you to look at your life just that way, as a most remarkable curriculum. When I was with Aldous Huxley years ago, I didn't know him well, but when we were together, there were just a few words he kept using. One was extraordinary. Another was how curious. Another was how odd. And I realized that everything in life is extraordinary if I just want to look. It's true, there's nothing new under the sun, and it's all fresh. I know there are many questions that are unanswered, and I can tell you that if you were to quiet your mind down, you would know exactly what the answer is as well as anybody else would. And if you still don't trust yourself, find anybody else and ask them the question. Because everybody is the goddess in drag. And if they say, oh, I don't know, say, well, look and find out. Because we have to help each other recognize who we truly are. Because we've had such a bum rap for so long. We have mea culpa'd our way through life. Poor schnook that I am. If only I could awaken and taste the beauty of the universe. Enough already. We are so busy not being awakened. It's a real addiction. We are abused. We've been closed down. But being mindful of it, it all dissolves before our very eye. What was the whole journey about? Whatever sufferings you're dealing with, whatever fears or anxieties, don't deny them. Don't get lost in them. Denial, invest them. Just go on, allowing them to continually be grist for the mill of your awakening.
Though I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. That was from Corinthians. And someday, after mastering the winds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love. And then, for the second time in the history of the world, humans will have discovered fire. That's Teilhard de Chardin. Love and death are the great gifts that are passed on to us, that most of us leave unopened. That is from Rilke. And this is a poem of Robert Bly's. A man and a woman sit near each other, and they do not long at this moment to be older or younger, nor born in any other nation, or time, or place. They are content to be where they are, talking or not talking. Their breaths together feed someone we do not know. The man sees the way his fingers move. He sees her hands close around a book she hands to him. They obey a third body that they share in common. They have made a promise to love that body. Age may come, parting may come, death will come. A man and a woman sit near each other. As they breathe, they feed someone we do not know, somebody we know of, whom we have never seen. Just keep letting these run through you, sort of like Chinese food. Don't hold on to them. Just let them come and go. They'll each touch you in the way they need to touch you. This is from the I Ching. The master said, "Life leads the thoughtful person on a path of many windings. Now the course is checked, now it runs straight again. Here winged thoughts may pour freely forth in words, but there the heavy burden of knowledge must be shut away in silence. But when two people are at one in their inmost hearts, they shatter even the strength of iron or of bronze. And when two people understand each other in their inmost hearts, their words are sweet and strong, like the fragrance of orchids." The path of love, the path of the heart, the path of emotion, relationship, dualism, taking you to the essence of love, taking you from loving to being love. It is the path of the heart. It, like all paths, is fraught with pitfalls and traps. And most of our emotions either are in the service of our minds or are frightening things that overwhelm us and make us afraid. So we protect ourselves from them. So we come through life a little bit like hungry ghosts. We are beings that have huge needs for love. But seemingly it's like we have some kind of amoeba that doesn't allow us to digest our food. So though we get love, it goes through us and then we need love all over again. And it's so deep in all of us that we've built a whole reality around it. And we think that's the way it is. That everybody needs love, and that if you don't get it, you are deprived, and that the more of it, the better, and you need it every day from everything. In that sense, it's like an achievement. You see people that are achievers, the minute they achieve something, it becomes irrelevant, and their awareness turns to the next achievement, because they are addicted to the practice, not to the goal. The predicament with loving is the power of the addiction of the practice of loving somebody, of getting so caught in the relationship that you can't ever arrive at the essence of dwelling in love. If you imagine it in this sequence, that you are cut off in your heart from love, so you feel hungry. What that hunger is the hunger to come home. It's the hunger to be at peace, to be feeling at one in the universe, where lover and beloved merge. It's the place to feel fulfilled in the moment, to be fully in the moment. Closed off, you are like a bee looking for a flower. You're flying around, buzzing, looking. And just as with baby ducks, you can create a silhouette of a mother duck. And with a baby duck, if you run that silhouette by, that is the particular key stimulus that will awake the response of following and opening the mouth. And it's called imprinting. And so you can imprint the duck to a silhouette of a mother duck. So there are certain very deep patterns, whether they're psychologically learned or karmic or astral in terms of your astrology, whichever level you want. There are a set of factors in you that are like a lock waiting for a key to open it, but the key must fit into that lock. It must be a certain pattern or concatenation of factors. Like the fact that I could open to my guru, I am sure had something to do with my relationship to my father. You think, well, the spirit is the spirit and psychological is psychological, but all of your psychological conditioning prepares you to be attracted to certain methods or certain paths or to certain people. For many people, the energies they're working with at the time they are seeking this love so strongly are second chakra energies. Energies of desire, of sexual desire, of desire for union that is relational, and the energy gets into that pattern. And you associate making love as a vehicle to coming into love. So you're going along as a little lock waiting for key, and along comes a shadow of lover goes by, and like a little duckling you turn and you start to walk after it. It just happened to be the particular pattern that turned you on, that opened you up, that did it. And you say, I think I'm in love with him or with her. See, that's the key right there. Not I think I'm in love. I think I'm in love with her or with him. And if you're lucky, your key unlocks her or his lock, and his key unlocks your lock, or her key unlocks your lock. So you get into you love me, I love you, here we are. And it's incredible, because through this dynamic you have opened to the place. It's like the triangle. It's like what Bly talks about as the two people together are feeding something that they don't even know. It's they're feeding the unitive space behind the dualism. They're feeding the quality of love. And when they're together, they touch it. What we're really saying is, when you say, I am in love with you, said somewhat blandly, you are the key stimulus that is opening me to the place in myself where I am love, which I can't get to except through you. So you can imagine if you've been going around like a hungry ghost, starving for love, and you suddenly meet somebody that opens you to this well, this reservoir, this ocean of love, this ocean of feeling at home, and it's all rye bread. You know, you're just so happy. That quality that happens when you open to that, and you did it through meditation, or you did it through falling in love, whatever your method was, through acid, whatever you did it through, don't you get addicted to your method. You know, if acid did it, you want to know who your connection is, don't you? So if you met a master and the master shared with you a method, and the method worked to tune you to the place in yourself of awareness of love, you end up loving that method and you love that master, and the minute you do it, you get really drunk on it and very addicted to it. And fanatics in every religion are really, you call them adepts or addicts, because all methods are traps. And yet the bizarre thing about methods is they don't work unless you get trapped. So you can only hope that a method ultimately, after it traps you, it self-destructs, and you are left free of method. But you got to go through the method. And the method is scary because it does trap you. And the path of love is where you open to that quality, but the method that opened you when you're hungry is usually another person, and then you get very attached or addicted to being in the presence of that other person, and then starts the fear that that person is going to die or leave you or won't be around, and then you get jealous and possessive, and on it goes, and you just keep creating a hell realm around the addiction to the vehicle for coming to love. For even as love crowns you, brings you into that space, so shall it crucify you. Even as love is for your growth, so is love for your pruning. Even as love ascends to your height and caresses your tenderest branches that quiver in the sun, so shall love descend to your roots and shake them in their clinging to the earth. And this one from Farid Udinatar. To enter the valley of love, one must plunge wholly into the fire. Yes, one must become fire itself, for otherwise one cannot live there. One that truly loves must resemble fire, her countenance a flame, burning and impetuous like fire. Now let me show you where the problem is. This is from Hazrat Inayat Khan. The lover that leans upon the beloved's response, his love is like the flame that needs oil to live. But the lover who stands on her own feet is like the lantern of the sun that burns without oil. It is because of the way in which one closed down in development that one ends up hungry, because the mind has veiled the heart from its boundless merging with everything in the universe. And we are like in a prison room, and when we fall in love with somebody, it takes us out into the sunlight again. We come back into the place of ourselves where we feel at home, safe, and loving. When you hear that statement, that you are my key to the place in myself where I am indeed love, you see that the spiritual practices of devotion are designed to move you from I love you to we are in love together. Now consider love as a huge hot tub. It's a very personal image for me. Okay. Let us get into the hot tub together. We are meeting in the space of love. When two people meet in the space of love and break the attachment of mind to seeing the other person as the vehicle to get you there, but realize that it's in you, and you start through your spiritual practices to rest in it, suddenly the need and desperation start to dissolve. And all of the negative things that go with addiction start to disappear. The possessiveness, the jealousy, the anger, fear that the other person's going to die. Because the quality of love as a state has no time, it has no space, it wasn't born, and it doesn't die. In the work I do with people as they are dying, I am often dealing with people who have lost someone who has died, and they are grieving. What they are grieving for, put in these terms, is their connection to the place in themselves where they feel safe in the universe and at home and at love and at peace. And they have so identified it with the other person, with an external thing, that they are destitute and feel like they have lost the juice of life. It really is like a meditator who can't meditate. It's the same addiction. You get so busy you can't stop in the morning to sit. And you start to feel like you've lost your beloved. You've lost that place of your being. And what I encourage people to do is to stay just with what they are feeling, with their grief. And I always tell people, how long have you grieved? And they'll say, oh, a year. I'll say, oh, go grieve some more. See, the culture says, well, it's good you're over it now. Now you can start living life again. But grieving has to run its course. Those are very, very deep attachments. And you go up and you go down and you think, I've broken out, and then the next moment you're crashed into depression, and on it goes, up and down and up and down. And as you and I get older, more and more of our friends and loved ones die, or people die now because of epidemic and so on, and we all have to deal with this loss. And we lose friends, and because of our mobility, people are moving away from each other, and we have in some way closed our hearts out of avoiding the pain of losing love, and then we go around armored. But what I say to people that are grieving is, after a while, one day, when you lost somebody you really touched in love. So you touched them. The two of you created this third thing you do not know, and you both rested in it. So you both tasted being one in love. But then what you're missing is the other person. It's like in a triangle. You're missing one of the bases, and you can't get to the center because you only got there through the relationship between the two of you getting to the top. But one moment after you have grieved and gone up and down and told how you're done with it and then crashed and all of that melodrama, there'll come a moment where you might be watching a sunset or sitting quietly, and you will suddenly taste the fact that the love that you had with that person is still there. And at that moment, you will start to make the break between the vehicle for coming into the love and the essence, or the method and the essence. And then you will realize that what truly connected you to that person at the deepest level was that quality of identity in the quality of love. And that where can it go? Ramana Maharshi, when he was dying of cancer, and his devotees were crying, they loved him so much, and they kept crying, "Don't leave us, oh Bhagwan, don't leave us." And he said, "Don't be silly. Where could I go? Where could I go?" So seeing those levels of love and the nature of relationship, we see that relationship goes from a path in which there is incredible need because we are hungry ghosts in need of love. And as the path works and we start to come into love, we start to rest in it, and then relationship becomes a celebration. It no longer is needful, it's the play of form. Is that coming through? Can you hear that issue? So in the sense of devotional yoga, the statement God is love means that you move through love into love, and that quality of love, which is the quality, the interesting thing about the quality of the heart as opposed to the quality of the mind, and this is a polarity that is, it's just a metaphor to play with. The quality of the mind is that it discriminates this from that. It thinks about things. It has object. The quality of the heart is it keeps being boundless. It keeps embracing everything into itself. It doesn't discriminate even itself from other. It just embraces. That quality of compassion is where you're one with everything. It arises out of that feeling. But our hearts are very frightening to us because we were developed as separate beings. And we got so addicted to our separateness that we get frightened of the way in which the heart keeps giving it away. We feel we need it. We need our separateness so the heart becomes our enemy. I want to talk just a little bit about some of the difficulties of the path of relationship, of which poetry books are full. I'm just going slow because these are things to just sort of reflect about, feel your way into. As a path, what I experienced was that I loved one being intensely. What opened me to the love of that being was that that being loved me. And loved me so unconditionally that I felt safe to love in return. Now, we talk a lot about unconditional love, but let me tell you, very rarely have you ever experienced it. Because to unconditionally love another person, it means without condition. Most of us say, "Oh, I love you without condition." Well, then do you mind if I cut your throat? Well, I'd rather you wouldn't. Aha! I knew you'd set up boundaries. I knew you didn't really love me. Eh? And it would have to be a being who was so non-attached to their own life and death that their love wouldn't flicker, no matter what you did. That's a great story about the time when a country was being overrun, a Buddhist country, and the armies of the overcoming country, we had a recent example in China and Tibet, but this was before that, long before. And when they were finding the monks, they were disemboweling them and doing terrible things to the monks, which they just recently did, the Chinese did in Tibet. And in this one village, there was an officer of the army who was very feared because he was particularly cruel. And he had arrived in this village, and he asked his adjutant, "How are the people responding?" And the adjutant said, "They are all bowing down to you, and at the monastery all the monks have fled to the mountains except for one monk. And the officer was infuriated at the existence of this one monk who had not fled to the mountain. And so he went to the monastery, and he pushed open the gates. And in the middle of the courtyard stood this one monk. And he walked up to that monk, and he put his hand on his sword, and he said, "Don't you know who I am?" Without blinking an eye, I could take my sword and run it through your belly. And he repeated, "Without blinking an eye." "And don't you know who I am?" said the monk. "I could have your sword run through my belly without blinking an eye." That's unconditional love. You ready? The next time you say, "I love you unconditionally," you just think about it. Just think about it. And when I met my guru, I really felt loved unconditionally. And what happened was I opened, and then I became very attached to his form, and to being near him, and to looking at him, and to touching him, and to bringing him gifts, and breakfast in bed, whatever. Just like you do with your beloved. You want them to be happy as long as it includes you. Well, I'll be happiest with somebody else. Oh, wonderful, because I love you so much. See about unconditional love? See how quickly it gets you? But because of the particular game that my guru was playing with me, he kept throwing me out all the time. He'd only let me see him for a couple of minutes, and then he'd say, "Jiao, go. Split. Go somewhere else." And I, at first, got very offended. I mean, can you imagine if you fall in love with somebody, and then you cross the ocean bringing fruit and whatever you can bring that you could possibly offer to your beloved, and you've come this long way, and you feel a mixture of righteousness and desire and everything, and he's all wrapped up with your enlightenment and everything, so you can't get there fast enough, and you get there, and you kneel down, and he looks at you, and he pulls your beard, hits you on the head, asks you one question, and says, "Jiao." You say, "Jiao." You know. He let other people stay around him, and not me. So he obviously loved them more than he loved me. Okay? Terrible problem. I got to hate the other devotees so intensely. But then he took me through this trip, which most of you know that have read any of the stuff I've written. And I'm just going to take you through because it's so delicious as a teaching. Even if you've heard it, think of how many times I've heard it. This was in the early 70s when a number of people like Mira and Danny, and we were with Maharaji, Lama Suryadas. We were kept in the back of the temple ashram. We were paraded in the bus in the morning. We got there, he'd be sitting outside, we'd have darshan, we'd hang around him and love him, and he'd throw fruit at us. And you just couldn't get it. You were drunk with love, and everything he said to anybody applied to everybody. And then after about, 5 minutes or a half hour, he'd say, "Jiao," and he'd throw us all in the back, where we'd be fed. We were known as only useful for 5 things: drinking tea, gossiping, sleeping, eating, and moving about. That was our practice. So in the back of the ashram, that's all we do. And then late in the afternoon, we'd all be brought back just before the bus was leaving, have another time together, and then be thrown out. And in the course of the day, he'd call people up from the back. There was one woman who sang beautifully, so he'd call her up and say, "Sing," and she'd sing. It was like little performing animals, you know. You wind up, and out come we were the Westerners. You wind up and out you come. And so he had Indians coming, and they'd be hanging out, and he'd say, "You want to see a Westerner, perform?" And we'd be brought forth. And some of us were scholars, and we'd be scholarly, and some of us were pundits who could recite Hindu things, and some of us could sing Hindu kirtan. And he'd bring us forth, And I was like a professor from Harvard, and there I'd come. In fact, I'd been thrown out. It was irrelevant to Maharaji, So then one day he called me up, and I come. And each time you're getting called, you've been called out of this mass of, unworthy people. You've been chosen to go up and be worthy. And so you rush up because you realize this is going to be your chance to get the juice. This is it, And you run up and you kneel down and you look up. I mean, this is all a game. You understand. This is all forms. First, when I went to India, I thought, I'm not going to touch anybody's feet. What a bunch of, Now I couldn't do it fast enough. I used to try to grab one of his feet, and then it would go under the blanket quick and I think I'm not pure enough. I mean, it was like it's a whole routine you play out. So I go up and he'd look and he'd say, "Ram Das, love everyone." I'd say, "Yes, Maharaj." He'd say, "Jao." See, so you go back, and that was what you got that day. You'd sit there, love everyone. Boy, I don't love everyone. I should love everyone. The next day, he called me up. I think I called in 2 days running. Came up, and he leaned way down. He held my beard, and he said, "Ram Das." This is in Hindi. "Ram Das." Okay. "Ram Das. Ram Das. Okay. Ram Das, tell the truth." "Yes, Maharaji." "Jao." So I was left that day with what a liar I was. I decided I'd really tell the truth. Well, he kept doing this. Each day he'd alternate. It was either love everyone or tell the truth. And it took me about 4 or 5 days because of my density before I realized the peculiar predicament I found myself in. That he was giving me 2 contradictory instructions. Because the truth was I didn't love everyone. So I thought about which one shall I do? And I thought, what I always do is I love everyone, even if it's not the truth. I make believe I love them. I love you. Oh, yes, we love each other. Oh, it's okay, I love you. I thought maybe it'd be good to try telling the truth. That'll be refreshing. And as I looked at all my guru brothers, and said, I realized I hated them all. Because they all took me away from him. And I had spilled the beans about him in the first place with Be Here Now, and now I was set with all these unworthy, people that were hanging around, taking his time. I mean, they were nice people, but I had a good reason. I mean, I just didn't hate them generally. I'd find reasons for each one. That one was too arrogant, and that one had, After a week or two, the truth was I found I didn't like anybody. I even had a sign on my door, "Do not enter." Okay? Now, at the same time, I was doing another sadhana, another practice, which was that Maharaji said Ram Das should not touch money. See, now you can interpret that at many levels. Now I interpret that my mind shouldn't cling or fixate on money. That allows me to have a credit card. But in those days, I took it literally. I shouldn't touch money. So what I did was one of my friends, my guru bhai, would be a bag person. They'd carry my money. So we get on the bus, they'd pay my bus fare. See, that worked out fine until I got to hate them all. Now I was in a predicament because I had nobody who I didn't hate, who I hadn't alienated, to be my bag person. Now, from the hotel to the temple is 8 miles. So what I found was I got to the position where there was a day where everybody got on the bus and I had no money to get on the bus, so I had to walk. All the way to the temple, I walked knowing what fun they were all having at the temple. Because they got there in about half hour and it was going to be about 3 hours for me. It was through the backwoods. And so I was getting more and more angry. I was getting furious. And when I came over looking down on the temple, I saw them all laughing. And they were all hanging around Maharaji. And he has obviously spent much more time with them today than any other day. And I was full of loathing and hatred, and I hated myself and felt so impure to even walk into the temple. And I walked in, and by then, they had just, as I came down, they were all, had their lunches. They were sitting on a porch with leaf plates and their food. And I came in, and they might have been talking about me, I don't know, but one of the people who I especially despised came up with a leaf plate of food and offered it to me. And I took it and I threw it at him. See? I remember the moment very clearly. I mean, it was oh, ha, 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 and I heard Maharaji from across the courtyard. Ramdas. 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 And I looked over at him, and at that moment, I hated him too, right? And I went across the courtyard pissed. I mean, I was really angry, and I sat down in front of him, and I looked up at him, and I was like, I was so, my bones were aching. You know how that gets when you're really constricted. And he looks at me, says, "Something troubling you?" I said, "Yeah." Yeah. What is it? I said, "I hate all of them." And I said, "And I hate myself." And he said, "Do you love me?" And I looked at him, and it just fell apart. I opened and I started to sob, absolutely sob. I said, "I love you." And I was sobbing, and he went and he sent for milk, and he was pouring milk down my throat, and he was patting me on the head, and I went through the whole catharsis and all of that. And then he came up to me, kind of nose to nose. He leaned over on his tucket, and he said, "I told you to love everyone." I said, "But you told me to tell the truth. And the truth is, I don't love everyone." And he leaned forward and he said to me, "Ramdas, love everyone and tell the truth." At that moment, what I experienced were two things. First was I experienced a coffin in front of me, in which who I thought I was in the coffin. Who I thought I was somebody whose truth was that they didn't love everyone. And what he was describing to me was who I would be when I finished being who I thought I was. Can you hear that? Is that... Yeah. And the other thing was that at that moment I turned and I looked over at my fellow Guru Bai, sisters and brothers, And I saw that at one level I had all this righteous indignation about them, but one little flip of consciousness, and I saw how incredibly beautiful each one of them was. And I loved them so deeply. Jiao. And that was the teaching. And I realized that since that time, for 20 years, I have been learning that teaching. I have been letting, and what I realize is that when I don't feel that love for another human being, I hear Maharaji saying, Ramdas, love everyone and tell the truth. Then he said to me afterwards, he said, Ramdas, give up anger, and I'll help you. He didn't say, as I would say as a psychotherapist, let's work through your anger. He said, give up anger. And I took that as a spiritual charge, as a message. And that when I experienced anger, instead of trying to figure out why I experienced the anger, which kind of investing it, I would just start to do breathing and Ram and start to go into devotional practice and just let go, even though the same anger would come back up again. At one point, I was studying with a very beautiful man named Anagorika Munindra. He was a Theravadan Buddhist teacher. Lovely, lovely man. And I came to him one time, and I said to him, Munindraji, I am so angry, because I had so much anger in me for so many years, and keeping grudges, those deep things that always cut you up. Every time that person's conscious, the thought of that person goes through your head, you constrict. And he said, Ramdas, don't hold on to it. It's just old karma running off. Your anger is just old karma running off. And one of the traps that I saw that I was caught in was the trap of righteousness that I used to justify my anger. But I saw that love freed me back into the ocean and that anger didn't. And that I would rather be free than right. And that's a scary and big one. And that if somebody does an abhorrent action, I have to cultivate the capacity to, as Kabir said, and Maharaj used to quote, Kabir said, do what you do with another being, but never put them out of your heart. Do what you do with another being, but never put them out of your heart. That is a total prescription for social activists. Oppose, stand up, defy, confront. Do what you do with another person. You stop their action. You may have to imprison that person so that they don't hurt other people. You do what you must do, but you do it without closing your heart. And I don't mean the fraudulent, I didn't close my heart. I mean really the quality of do what you do, but do it always in the presence of the beloved. There is an incredible poem that most of you know by Thich Nhat Hanh, a very beautiful Vietnamese monk. Do not say that I'll depart tomorrow, because even today I still arrive. Look at me. I arrive in every second to be a bud on a spring branch, to be a tiny bird whose wings are still fragile, to be a caterpillar in the heart of a flower, to be a jewel hiding itself in a stone. I still arrive in order to laugh and to cry, in order to fear and to hope. The rhythm of my heart is the birth and death of all that are alive. I am the mayfly metamorphizing on the surface of the river. I am also the bird which, when spring comes, arrives in time to eat the mayfly. I am a frog swimming happily in the clear water of a pond. I am also the grass snake who, approaching in silence, feeds itself on the frog. I am the child in Uganda, all skin and bones, my legs as thin as bamboo sticks. I am also the merchant of arms selling deadly weapons to Uganda. I am the 12-year-old girl refugee on a small boat who throws herself into the ocean after being raped by a sea pirate. I am also the pirate, my heart not yet capable of seeing and loving. I am a member of the Politburo with plenty of power in my hands. I am also the man who has to pay his debt of blood to my people, dying slowly in a forced labor camp. My joy is like spring, so warm it makes flowers bloom in all walks of life. My pain is like a river of tears, so full it fills up all the 4 oceans. Please, call me by my correct names so that I can hear at the same time all my cries and my laughs, so that I could see that my joy and my pain are but one. Please call me by my correct names so that I could become awake, so that the door of my heart be left open, the door of compassion. Who is it that you don't love? Who is it that your heart closes to? Yourself? Someone else? The practice is clear. You start a practice. I've kidded a lot about what I've done that in this puja, this beautiful puja that's developing. That at one point I saw that there was somebody who closed my heart, and his name was Caspar Weinberger, and he was the Secretary of Defense. And I didn't like what he was doing, and I didn't like him. I thought he was a righteous jerk. So I thought, I've got work to do with Caspar. So I took a picture of Caspar and I stuck it on my puja table. And there was Buddha and Christ and the Divine Mother and Mary and Ananda Maima and Caspar Weinberger. And in the morning, I'd light my candle and my incense, and Buddha. Oh, Christ. Maharaji. Ananda Maima. Hello, Caspar. I saw how far I had to go. Okay? And it was just a practice of seeing this poor schlep of a soul who had this really heavy-duty incarnation to go through of being a jerk. And I was busy responding to the incarnation rather than to the essence. And it was like the two levels. It's like having bifocals and you're looking down when you should be looking up. What you find, though, is that there are people that represent things that are so close to stuff that you're stuck with, attached to, that there's aversive to you, that you project outward into them, and then you hate them. And it's really partly, it's all projection, actually. Rest your weary mind and keep coming back into the quality of awareness, which is really the quality of love. It's the quality of merged love. There's an incredible poem. It's called From a Norman Crucifix, 1632, by Charles Cosley. I am the great sun, but you do not see me. This poem is God love talking to you. I am the great sun, but you do not see me. I am your husband, but you turn away. I am the captive, but you do not free me. I am the captain, you will not obey. I am the truth, but you will not believe me. I am the city where you will not stay. I am your wife, your child, but you will leave me. I am that God to whom you will not pray. I am your counsel, but you do not hear me. I am the lover whom you will betray. I am the victor, but you do not cheer me. I am the holy dove whom you will slay. I am your life, but if you will not name me, seal up your soul with tears and never blame me. The process, we grow up, we become separate, we get caught in our separateness. We are hungry for the coming back into love of the merging place, the namaste place, the place where when you're in yours and I'm in mine, we are in love together. We are in a place where your heart-mind and my heart-mind remain always inseparable. We get hungry and we finally break out through one technique or another, through loving somebody, perhaps your baby or your parent or your cat or somebody safe, somebody abstract, or a Christ or a Maharaji or somebody, and you open, and it feels so good to be in love. And in the path of devotion, you get so addicted to that experience of the intimacy between the lover and the beloved that you keep being drawn into the singing and the stories and the images and the remembrance of, and you're just thinking about it and tuning all the time just to stay in that intimate, loving relationship with that which you love. And then there's this little shift where you start to ask the question, what isn't God? And then you start to look at all the different faces and aspects and see, watch your heart close around judgment, and then you practice opening it and looking and loving this as a manifestation of the beloved, something that is the way the beloved is taking form. And then the love starts to get vast. And then it starts to get more impersonal. This is a quote from Anandamayi Ma. Great, great, great saint. Incredible, incredible being. She said, this body has lived with father, mother, husband, and all. This body has served the husband, so you may call it a wife. It has prepared dishes for all, so you may call it a cook. It has done all sorts of scrubbing and menial work, so you may call it a servant. But if you look at the thing from another standpoint, you'll realize that this body has served none but God. For when I served my father, mother, husband, and others, I merely considered them as different manifestations of the Almighty and served them as such. When I sat down to prepare food, I did so as if it were a ritual, for the food cooked was, after all, meant for God. Whatever I did it in a spirit of divine service. Hence, I was not quite worldly, though always engaged in household affairs. I had but one ideal, to serve all as God, to do everything for the sake of God. But listen to this one of hers also. You all love this body so much that you often come to see me, unmindful of the long distance that many of you have to travel. Yet it is true that this body has no relationship with any of you except the kinship of the Atma, meaning the source, the truth, the love, which this body enjoys equally not only with each of you, but even with all trees, creepers, and foliage around, as well as with rocks, mountains, and everything else. I really want you to hear that one, because that's the one that changes romantic love into that expanding conscious love. And what I have experienced over these years is that transformation, and there have been very frightening aspects, because the cultural models of romantic love have to do with specialness. I love you specially. And what I experience is that I don't love people specially. I have special work to do with one person or another, but I love beings, and I'm getting to love universe, and I'm getting to love the manifestation. And it's interesting because people keep wanting you to love them specially. And I don't feel it anymore. I don't feel it anymore. And it's a strange experience. It's strange from a cultural point of view. Is that too weird, or can you hear the issue? It's a transformation that goes on. That because you have initially identified that feeling of love to somebody else with a quality of possessiveness, or collecting them, or wanting them around. I'll tell you what happened to me. I started to guide people through acid trips back in the 60s. And I take the acid with them, and we both go into the place of merging, of just beyond separate. We were in love. And then the session would be over, Saturday night would be over, and there'd be Sunday. And then we'd be parting in the beautiful morning mist, listening to the Messiah. And they had never had a thing like this before. And they would say, when can I see you again? Can you imagine? You've just been with somebody in total love, and then you're about to part, and you say, see, there's where the fear comes in, and the lack of faith and the doubt. When will I see you again? Like just a little bit of, And I'd say, well, why don't you have dinner Wednesday night? And then it became like every Wednesday night we'd have dinner. Because that's what you do with a beloved, let's hang out. So then I ran a second session. And the next day the person said, when will I see you again? I said, well, how about Thursday night? Okay. And after I had run 6 sessions, I went to my teacher, Tim Leary, and I said, Tim, I don't think I can guide any more sessions. I don't have any more evenings free. And at that point, I realized I was going to have to up-level the thing. I was going to have to take it up to another level of loving people, where if we have a moment of truth of love, this is what we've got. And the clinging of the mind comes out of the fear that says, I want to possess it because I may run out of love later. And when you leap out of that and go into the next space, realizing that every time you turn around, there is another form of the beloved. It's interesting because I'm a wanderer. Maharaji said Ramdas should not stay in one place. He should keep moving around because yogis, like water, tend to go bad if they stay in one place too long. And not bad in the evil sense, but bad in the clinging, habitual way of having a building around you, a kind of a cocoon of safe emotional space. And it's much different when you're on the road all the time and you're meeting motel keepers and they're your host for that moment, and on and on and on, and airport people and all that. Is that the beloved? Are you traveling with the beloved, or are you waiting to get home to the beloved? And there was a moment where I was sitting in a motel in Middle America, and it was one of those really plasticky Holiday Inn type places. And I had arrived, and I went into my room, and I sat down, and I was starting to set up my little puja table on the plastic thing, and, all that stuff, moving the menu and stuff, and sitting there, and it was kind of depressing, and I thought, well, a few more weeks, and I'll be done with this tour, and I can go home. And then I saw the pain that thought was creating for me. And I got up, and I walked out of the room, closed the door, walked down the hall, turned around, came back, unlocked the door, and yelled, I'm home. Okay. And I came in, and I sat down, and I looked, and, I wouldn't have decorated particularly this way, but, what the hell, I thought, if I'm not at home in the universe, boy, I got a problem. If I say I can only be home here, not there. What is home? Home is where the heart is. Home is the quality of presence. It's the quality of being wherever you are. But when you've gone from the hungry sponge, looking for somebody to love and finding somebody and then wanting to hold them and have them around because you're afraid you might run out later, and you know how horrible that is. And then you start to cultivate these inner qualities of spaciousness and awareness, and you begin to feel this love, not in a possessive way, but in a, like, light pouring out of you. And you just love people just because they are. You love things because they are. You see the manifestation, the awe, the mystery of the divine in form. When that starts to happen, you still have your old models of possession going. They haven't been burned out yet. So when you love the second person, you want to collect them too. And then the third person, you want to collect them too. I usually kid about my story is that you fall in love with somebody and you nest, and you collect feathers and build a nest and straw and drapes and stuff. And then you need to go to the supermarket and you get what's my thing? Yogurt and beer. And you're at the checkout counter, and you look into the eyes of the person at the checkout counter, and the thing happens again. Because the eyes are the windows of the soul. And you're in love. Because now you're starting to function from this place. When you're in this place, everybody you look at is your lover. When you are in love, you see love where you look. So you look, but your old model is, I got to collect this. My God, this is great. We are in love, and it's the checkout person. Okay? So the question is, have you considered a ménage à trois? Are you opposed to open marriages, you know? But then what's going to happen? You walk down the street and you look, and there's another one. Pretty soon you're the Adamite community or one of those kind of things, you know, and the politics get so complicated. Plus the emotions of everybody that thinks they're the special, you know, the first of this, the first one. And you realize you've got to graduate from a deprivation model to an abundance model. And I don't mean that in the kind of cheesy way it's often used. It's abundant so I can have it. It's abundant because you are it. That as you become love, you get to the point where you walk down the street and somebody comes and it is the most beautiful thing again that you have ever seen again. And you look and you look and you appreciate and you love, and your eyes may meet, and you both recognize the love, and you don't have to do anything about it. So you go through from, come live with me, to, let's have coffee together, to, would you give me your number, to, how about a calling card, to a wink, to, are you experiencing what I'm experiencing? Wasn't this great? Fantastic. Or, God is love, or, and then you're just looking at your beloved. And it's nothing special to be in love. It's nothing special. It's very ordinary. How alien that is in this culture to think that being in love with the universe is ordinary. Is ordinary. Just take all these words back into the silence behind the words. Kabir said, since the day I met with my Lord, there has been no end to the sport of our love. I see with eyes open and smile, and behold the beauty everywhere. I utter the Lord's name, and whatever I see, it reminds me. Whatever I do, it becomes worship. The goddess is everywhere. Anybody you have ever touched in true love, that love still is present. Where can it go? Anyone who you've closed your heart to with your mind, rest your weary mind. Praise God for the light within us. Praise God, let love abide. Praise God for the light within us. Praise God, let love abide.